Hi, Amira, Uzma, Faizan, Bill. Welcome to James Green's English Classroom. Let's get started. Let's join on what we have in common. Play to integrate our differences.
Yes, sir. Hello. How are you, sir?
Hi, Uzma.
Yes. Hello, sir. How are you?
Let's start. I'd like to start with news and distractions. Does anybody have any news or distractions? Uzma, there's some noise coming from your microphone. If you're not speaking, just please mute. Thank you. Does anybody have any news relevant to working in this group or distraction taking your energy and attention away to something else? And I like to give the schedule for the day during news. So the schedule for today is my class, Open Conversation, 14 UTC Ramma, beginners, 15 UTC Mokhtar, mixed level reading group, and then 16 UTC for 90 minutes, we have a board meeting. That's the schedule for today. Anybody else have any news or distractions? Silence means no. All right, then let's begin. Let's start to join, start to subgroup. What would you like to talk about? iPhone. Do you have a name, iPhone, so that I don't call you iPhone?
Hello. Hello, James.
Hi. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
What's your name? That's
My
before.
name is
Before,
My
how are
name
you?
is-
I'd like to know who you are.
I am Sai Krishna from India.
Can you say that again? Sai Krishna?
Sai Krishna.
S-A-I Krishna. Okay, from India.
SAI.
I can't understand you. Maybe you want to write it in the chat?
No.
No? Okay. So Sai Krishna, S-A-I.
Yeah.
And is this the first time you're here?
It's first time to see.
Yeah. Okay. Well, welcome.
It's
The way that we
especially
work.
thanks to you.
You're welcome. So the way we work here is we just talk to the whole group, and then when we're done, say anyone else. So go ahead and you can talk if you like. I called you out just to get your name, but if you wanted to say more, you can. Did you want to talk?
No, just I want to listen afterwards sometimes.
Great. No worries. No rush. Okay. Back to the group. Anybody else want to start us off? New day, new people, new group. Entirely different group. Maybe not entirely, but it's quite a difference.
This is Richard.
Richard!
Yeah, hello, James.
Go, 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 go.
Okay. I'm just eating my dinner. I feel full in my stomach, so I join here.
And there you are, in the flesh. A blurry flesh, but there.
Yeah, I'm testing my laptop.
Yeah,
how it's working, my internet.
It's not working so great. I'm
Yeah.
sad to be the bearer of bad news, but your internet is breaking up a little bit. Hold on there, Richard. Hold on, because your internet is breaking up. Try again in a few minutes. Bill, I hear you trying to talk.
Yes, Richard, I hear you say that you've just had dinner and you're relaxing and joining this chat. Did I get you?
I'm having my dinner and I feel full of my stomach. So I prefer to talk in here because I see nobody else is talking.
Right. So if I get
Yeah.
you now, you see nobody else is talking, so you wanted to talk. Have I got you?
Yeah. Actually, you get my point. How are you doing, Bill?
I'm doing well, and to join with you.
Whoa. Yeah.
I was trying to join.
You're
Go ahead.
doing great. You're doing great, Bill. I just want to point it out for people who might have missed it because it was like camouflage. It was like an owl camouflaged in a little hole. When we are checking with somebody if we understand them, that's totally different than asking someone how they are, right? We're letting somebody know what we said, and when we're done with that in this group, we stop, right? So Bill was checking with Richard and saying, did I understand? And then Richard came in and said, how are you? How are you is a familiar phrase for, people who study English. You might start out with that phrase. So it might come off, it might roll off the tongue very easily. But actually here, we don't go to how are you? We separate. Richard stops because he's done. He got understood. And Bill separates from Richard and then talks to everybody rather than answering Richard's question, because it's not about answering each other's questions. Okay, so over to you, Bill.
Yeah, so I'd like to join with Richard and say that I too like to talk when there's a bit of silence to sort of break the tension that slowly builds with silence in a group. Over to you and anyone else.
The tension is inside you.
Yes.
Actually, if you think about it, if we actually look at what the tension is actually us constricting our muscles to try to avoid some feeling that we have. So it might be when you notice silence, and I put silence in finger quotes because silence is relative. If you think, silence, I don't like silence, I have a feeling about that, you might squeeze your stomach muscles or your chest, or you could check out. You see where is there tension, but the tension is inside us. It's constricting our muscles to avoid some kind of feeling. And you can do something about that. You don't have to have tension if you don't want to. You can be tense. Sometimes tension feels good, and you can just make a decision. Do you want to be tense, or do you want to relax and see what am I feeling when the group is silent? When I think that the group is silent, what do I think and what do I feel? Do I think people should talk? Do I think, oh no, James is going to start yelling? What do I think when...
Sorry, James, you cracked the funny. You made me laugh.
Yeah. Actually, that's the laughter, the feelings underneath the tension. That might be what you're accessing right now.
Yeah.
We don't just defend against, I don't want to go into a psychology lecture, but we don't always defend against bad feelings, quote unquote bad feelings like sadness or anger or loneliness. We also get tense to protect ourselves from good feelings like happiness and amusement and pleasure. I mean, we react to all kinds of feelings. So anyway, back to you, Bill.
Yeah, so I heard you say that in order to overcome tension, we can look within ourselves. And as you said that, I noticed within myself the tension within my belly. And when I had a laugh, it relaxed that tension and made me feel much more comfortable. Anyone else?
This is Amira from Libya. Bill, you said when the group is more quiet, nobody speaking, you feeling like a tension inside you, and you try to explore this tension and break the silent group. I'm right?
Yes, that's close enough. Good enough, easy.
Okay, thank you, Bill. I joined the same feeling, Bill. I see myself when when they start the session, the group is more silent. I feeling more tension, and maybe in my mind see some message from other people. No time, no chance for participate. At the same time, nobody speaking in the live session. I don't know, but I think our group nowadays very quick development. Maybe that's the major problem here. All of us need something, but and expectation something, but nobody get it what we need. Anyone else?
And may I, Amira?
Okay, go ahead.
So you have a mind read of the group that their group is not getting what it needs. You could check your mind read out, see if that's true. You could also check with yourself and see, are you getting what you need? And if not, what might you do differently so you get what you need? And I know you said something. Well, let's go. Let me not do too many things at once. So what would you like to do? Check your mind read with the group, or
Yes.
explore what you need?
No. I wanna check through the mind read with the feeling of other members in this
Great.
group.
So here's how you check a mind read for you and everybody who doesn't know. My mind read is that the group, people in the group, are not getting what they need. Is that true? Go ahead and ask, Amira.
Hi guys. I ask you, all of you, if you get it, what we needed or no?
Yes, you're getting what you need. No, you're not getting what you need. Thumbs up for getting what you need. Thumbs down, not getting what you need. Try a thumbs up, Andalich, instead of a hands up. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 thumbs up. Any 5 thumbs up? 6 thumbs up? Andalich, was that a thumbs up or a hands up? Keep those thumbs up. Now, I'm not sure what you're looking at, Amir. I don't know if you see the thumbs up because you might not see it on a phone. Are you on a phone or a laptop?
Yeah. I'm on the phone. I see 6 thumbs
You
up.
see the thumbs up? Okay. So you got, out of 30 people, you got maybe 6 to 8 thumbs up, and then no thumbs down, and then maybe 22 people or 20 people who didn't answer. So do you believe the group?
Yes, I believe.
How does it feel to check your mind read and discover that it's mostly not true? You thought people are not getting their needs met in the group, and they're telling you, no, we're getting our needs met. How does it feel to discover that you were wrong?
I'm satisfied.
Satisfied?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Anyone else?
This is Ahmed.
One moment, Ahmed. I also want to, I don't want to drop something you said, Amira, which is that you said kind of like that there's a contradiction, that some people say that they don't have an opportunity or time to participate. And yet there are times in the group when it's silent. And so there's a contradiction that you're wondering about, like what's going on there.
Yes, you are right. That's the what I'm meaning.
Contradictions are a kind of, you know, they happen, and we get frustrated because we want to make sense of the world, and we want to make sense of what people say. And so that's, you know, a part of the thing we can do is work to resolve some of the contradictions just by talking about it. Thank you. Over to you, Ahmed. You wanted to reflect, Amira?
Yes. Actually, I don't know if you interpretation the some silent here in this group. I think that the silent maybe they consider something is normal. Why? Because I have my own reason. So because the class is started, every people here mind what do you want to speaking today. That is very normal. In the first, you be quiet. Maybe that's my my personal opinion. Rather than if you interpretations the silent here, that's not mean we don't know what do you want to do or what do you want to need. So actually we need here to learn the English and the practicing English, because this we need here. Because I don't know, because I have some confused how what's the link between the be silent and what do you want it to need. Because I don't know how that link is.
Sorry, Ahmed. Sorry, be silent and what? You don't know what?
You need.
Who?
Or we need.
Oh, you. Ah.
Not just me, everybody here. We need here to practice
Well,
English.
Let's start with you.
Yes.
I know it's not just you, but let's start with you.
Yes. Actually, for me, if I open the topic here in this call, I have my priority. My priority, this topic. My priority today, I wanted to speak about. I hear some news. You wanted to pause the call, pause the group, maybe another time. My priority, that's this topic, my priority. I wanted to discuss about this topic in this hour.
Sorry. I'm sorry. You heard that I want to pause the group or pause the call?
Yes, exactly.
You heard wrong. I didn't say that I want to pause the group. So I'm glad you're asking me. No, I'm not interested in pausing the group. What you might have heard, what you might have seen me say is that I wanted to pause the text spaces. Like the Facebook group, yeah, where the places where people write in text, which for me is different than the Zoom call. Yeah, I said that I wanted to pause that, and I did. And I'm sorry, maybe it happened so quickly. You think it's happening in the future, but it happened and stopped already. So yesterday I wanted to pause the text spaces, and I did for maybe 5 hours. I closed the Facebook group. I closed the Discord and WhatsApp and Telegram groups for about 5 hours. And then I opened them again. So that's that. And then you can, so how does it feel to discover that that I'm not pausing the call? I don't have a plan to pause the call.
Actually, in the first, I am feeling with the frustrated.
Frustrated?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Because I hear from my friends in this group, James wanted to pause the call, get a break for sometimes, something like this.
Ahmed. So you are on the board of directors, and I would like to have a closer working relationship with you. Rather than getting information from me from your friends, would you try to get information directly from me about how we work to host the group?
Okay. Okay, I don't agree with that.
Yeah. So then I think that may prevent some of the frustration of misunderstanding me if we don't play a game of telephone. I don't know if you're familiar with what we call a game of telephone. It's a children's game in the United States where Moonmi tells Hazel, and Hazel tells Azita, and Azita tells Nuhad, and Nuhad tells Faisal, and Faisal tells Ahmed, and then Ahmed tells me, and then I go back to Moonmi and I say, oh, I heard blah, 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 and we find out how did the message change. That's a game of telephone. So let's not play a game of telephone. Let's communicate directly, you to me and me to you. How does that sound?
Yes, exactly. I am agree with that. Maybe I get it the wrong. That's considered the wrong why for the get it the my news about this group. I am actually last
Can I
night,
ask you? See, Ahmed, I just have one more question because I tried to keep on top of those communications. Where did your friend tell you that I was pausing the group? Did they tell you inside the group or outside of the group?
No, inside the group.
Inside. Where inside the group? I missed it.
I actually last night I connect with Nelly in the WhatsApp. Hi Nelly, how are you? Oh my gosh, I am feeling really frustrated. James wanted to close. Pause the call. Another time he wanted to.
So I didn't see that. Maybe it happened and I just missed it. But that was in one of the WhatsApp group.
Yes, exactly. In the private call.
A private call. Oh, that's not the WhatsApp group. I didn't know. Look, what you do is your business. I'm not here. If you want to have some private calls with Nelly, I'm not going to stop you. But is it a private call or is it in James Green's English classroom in WhatsApp?
No. Just the maybe that's considered just a call. The call might be the couple of the mean. Just connect with the Nelly. Nelly, I wanted to check something. I hear maybe the channel. I don't remember the channel. James wanted to pause the Zoom for another time. He wanted to take the break. Is that correct?
Isn't this beautiful? Correct? Isn't this beautiful? We create, if you see, this is like we create our own misunderstanding. Like I create a huge mess. I have created a giant mess with all of these groups, left and right. I can't follow what people are saying. I open the WhatsApp group for 10 minutes and suddenly there's an hour of messages to listen to. So there's a lot going on. And I'm certainly not blaming you and Nelly. The way the way to get a handle on this is to just talk about it. So, Ahmed, have to say, you're a rather quiet fellow. I don't know if you've noticed, but in this group, you tend to be, you more just a silent listener. Wouldn't you agree? You're certainly not like some of the more talkative members, like Aldori or Oscar or I don't know who talks, Amira, right? There's some people who talk a lot every call, and then there's some people who just like to come and listen.
Actually, yes, I agree with you in this point. Maybe we have some quiet created for the hosting or the teacher, some that be the opposite, I wanted to.
Well. See, I wanna disabuse you of that because it's not about the hosting. See, that actually is a trap, and I would like to say again for everybody, if you're hosting as a way of avoiding me, good luck, because sometimes people, it doesn't happen consciously, but some people get an idea that they are part of the leadership and they don't need to speak to me in English. And then at some point later, they discover, I haven't been participating. And they panic. And suddenly there's a problem because they didn't realize what was happening because they weren't participating. They had put themselves in a kind of, in their mind, in a place in the group, like you're describing, where you don't need to participate because you're hosting the call. You're not hosting the call. I'm gonna remove your co-host right now, just for that, just so we can clarify. Can I do that? No, I'm not gonna bother doing. Anyway, you're not hosting the call. The call and you participating as a member here talking to me is 1,000,000 times more important to me than muting people or letting people in when they get into the room. I'll manage that. You just leave that to me. I would like you to come in whenever you want with whatever's going on, like you're doing now, which is great. So thank you for doing that.
Actually, I mean the whole.
Hold on a second. Who said something?
It's Doubting Thomas.
Doubting Thomas, just hold on a little bit longer. Ahmed?
Yes, just I mean the hosting, I mean the teacher. He wanted to teach the class. That's my point.
Yeah, I understand, but maybe we need to change that policy then. Maybe we can ask the teachers to host their own classes.
Okay. Anyone else?
Hi, it's Doubting Thomas here from Pakistan. Hello.
Go.
All right. So I think the conversation is all about your groups and your calls. So I want to say something about that. As you said that whenever I turn on my data and I have lots of messages in my groups, like there are lots of messages and text messages in my group. So I think you should put some rules for the groups. Like we have lots of opportunities and lots of platforms for text messages, like the Facebook, and there are lots of groups on Facebook where we can communicate, we can share our ideas, we can share our notions with others, and text messages. Most of the time people are looking for platform where they can participate, they can practice their spoken English with others. So I think you should have written some rules for the groups, like anyone who
Doubting Thomas.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to say I'm a little perplexed by your comment. Would you maybe just help me understand a little, like what kind of rules would be helpful for you?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So there must be some rules, like anyone who send messages in text, he will be removed from the group. Like we are looking for the platform where we can practice our spoken English, not the written English.
Hold on. I don't understand the rule you want. The WhatsApp group, the purpose of the WhatsApp group is so that people can send messages by text. And you want the rule of the WhatsApp group to be that people do not send messages by text. Is that correct? And see, part of the reason, Doubting, part of the reason I don't understand is because I mean, I'm not, I know a little bit about messages and memory and things, but I don't really know what device you're using or how the messages are stored or how much memory you have. So here's the thing, Doubting. No, one more thing, Doubting,
Can you please let me complete myself?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't have any issue with any WhatsApp group. Like I have joined lots of groups on WhatsApp, but I don't have any issue with any group on the WhatsApp. But you said that whenever I turn on my internet data, I have lots of messages in my group. So it really irritates me. You said that. So I think there must be a rule, like anyone who sends messages in text.
No. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't
said
say,
Ahmed.
no, no, you misunderstood. I didn't say that I'm irritated to get many messages. No, not at all.
But lots of the people get irritated by the text messages, like they are
Oh,
looking for the
maybe,
platforms.
maybe,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
not
they're looking
you.
for. No, I don't have any issue with that.
Okay, let's, Doubting, let's start with you. Rather than trying to solve other people's problems, I don't know who you're talking about. Let's start with you.
Sorry.
Let's start with you. You're talking
Yeah.
about somebody else, an imagined person who doesn't like getting a lot of messages.
Yeah.
It's not me, it's not you. How do you
Yeah.
feel turning on your WhatsApp and getting lots of messages? That's why you're there, right?
Yeah, I don't have any issue with that. Like I have many choices in hands. Like I can mute the groups where I can mute the groups which I think they can irritate me. I can archive these groups. So I don't have any issue with that. My point is that lots of the people are on WhatsApp for the reason that they want to be in the groups where they can practice their spoken English, not the English in text. So I
Okay.
think
Now that is something you can check. That's a mind read that you can check with the group if the reason they're in WhatsApp is to practice their spoken, not written English.
I think I have a poor internet connection. I don't get what you're saying, actually saying.
Oh, I interrupted your point. I'm sorry. Please go on.
So my point was clear, and I think you got what I'm trying to say. Like there must be a rule where we can only practice our spoken English, not the English in text messages. So this is my point.
There is a space just for practicing your spoken English. This is it.
Yeah, exactly. We have this, but like I'm getting late for something. I just joined your call and I wanted to share my ideas. So this is why I'm here. As soon as I'm get finished, I will leave the call. Like I have something to do. I have to play something on the other side. So I just wanted to share my ideas. This is why I'm just here.
Doubting, I want to point something out to you that you might not be aware of. There's a tone in your voice. It might be a cultural difference, but there's a tone in your voice that sounds to me a little bit like complaining, but I might be wrong. Like when I hear you finish a sentence, it's your voice, the words you're saying are like, I like this group, I like being here, and I like being here to having a chance to practice my English. But the sound of your voice tells me something different, which is I don't like what's going on. I don't like being here, and I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
I'm not. No, I'm not complaining. But you know what? I'm in rather a hurry. Like I have to go elsewhere, so I'm just wanted to get finished as soon as possible. This is why I'm just talking like that.
You're in a hurry. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So anyone else? Like I have to go now.
All right.
Thank you.
Busy lives. We live busy lives. This group reminds me of a train station sometimes, with people jumping on platforms quickly on their way to somewhere else. Who wants to go next?
Take care.
I will try to.
Who is I?
Anil sir from India.
I'm
May
sorry.
I put my opinion here, sir?
I can't find you. Who is that?
I am Anil from India. May I
Anil.
put my opinion here? Yes.
Yeah,
sir.
and one more person wanted to. Who is the second person? Nobody? Okay, go ahead, Anil.
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank you, because only because of you, I am getting this opportunity to learn English. And one request to you. So don't force the group because everyone is a learner in this group. That is why they text, that is why they type. And most of the thing they are learner, that is why they send message and text message. So you are not supposed to stop the group and to pause the group because I am the new and beginner also. That is why I'm here. So that is the opinion, man.
Yeah. So Anil, you're really glad to be here, and you'd like me not to pause the group. You'd like
Yes,
me
sir.
not to pause the WhatsApp groups. I'm assuming you're in WhatsApp.
Yes. Sometimes you may, but not the daily.
You don't want me to pause it every day. Yeah, go ahead. Say anyone else. Mustafa Krimis, I think you have your hand up. You want to talk?
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Mr. James, for tell me this for this opportunity. My name is Mustafa. I'm from Morocco. I live in Marrakech city, and I want to improve my speaking skills, and I want also to improve writing, reading, etc. For because my work is I'm teacher of mathematics, but I teach mathematics in with the language French, not English. That's why I want to teach English or teach mathematics. Why not with this language in future in United States or London or another country. Thank you. This is my point. Thank you very much.
Well, can I say something, James?
Yeah, go ahead, Shazad. Where are you
Well,
from, Shazad? Shazad, where are you from? And now just say, so,
you forget me?
Yeah, I did.
Yesterday?
I forgot you. You're totally just boop. Shazad, I don't forget you. I just forgot where you're from. Pakistan? India? I know that people love it when I mix those two countries of origin up. People from Pakistan really don't like it when I think they're from India, and people from India don't like it when I say they're from Pakistan. However, they love to not tell me where they're from. So kind of setting me up to forget. Shazad, are you there? All right, we lost Shazad. We haven't forgotten him though. We'll get him when he comes back. Who would like to continue?
This is Rosa from Mexico. Hi, I have a similar feeling from, I don't remember the name, but she said that some needs, they are, well, we have some needs, but we cannot get in this group.
Amira El Mastiri.
Amira. Because I feel something similar because I would like to talk more, but I feel that, well, I don't feel confidence about myself, because sometimes I feel the people is worried about the accent, about the mispronunciation, or about your mistakes or my mistakes or their mistakes. And I think this is the reason because some people we want to write in the WhatsApp and not talk because some people I think they have a lot of knowledge and they are worried about the accent, or they want to give you some feedback, but sometimes I think it doesn't help because in my case I don't feel good if you have a comment about my accent or about my about what well, it's because you are not talking about what I am trying to say. You are trying to make the mistakes. You are trying to, I don't know. I feel a little I well, I don't feel good sometimes in the WhatsApp group, or I don't feel confident to talk here. And when you said a thumbs up or thumbs down, sometimes I want to put some thumbs down, but sometimes just one person do it, and sometimes you say, Rosa put thumbs up down, so I feel, oh my god, I was there, only me. So I think it doesn't work like this way, because a lot of people doesn't say what they feel because maybe you are the only one.
Yeah. So what about the experience of being the only one?
I don't like, really.
Yeah.
Because once I put it and you say, Rosa put thumbs down, and I say, oh my god, the people hate me. Because
So wait. You said what? The people hate you.
because I was the only.
Well, hold on. You're jumping to because, but let's get that clear. So when you are alone with something that you're the only person in the group, you get a mind read that the group hates you for being different. You have a mind read. You think, you tell yourself, the group hates me for going in a different direction, for having a different opinion than them.
Well, not exactly hate me, but they
Dislike.
maybe they can think that, oh my god, she's not, she didn't agree with us, no? And I say,
well, that's true. See, that's a fact. That's a fact that you don't disagree, that you disagree with them. However,
it's a fact.
What it means to disagree, it seems like you have more meaning than just disagreeing. Like it's wrong to disagree, as if it's wrong to have your own opinion.
No, for me it's fine, but I don't feel feel good expressing my opinion, no, with the thumbs up or thumbs down.
Of course not, because you think it's wrong to disagree.
Yeah.
Of course you don't want to put your thumbs up because you think it's wrong and bad to have a different opinion than everyone else. You're imagining other people have that opinion of you, but it sounds like you're the person who has the opinion that it's wrong to disagree. I haven't heard anybody say, Rosa is such a pain in the ass. She's disagreeing with us. I haven't heard it. If anybody has heard that, let me know. Rosa is such a disagreeable person, always going off on her own, doing whatever she wants.
Yep. No.
You've been more like a mouse. I've hard to have to tell everybody to be quiet, otherwise I don't even notice that you're there. So that might be is that a familiar way of participating in groups for you, Rosa, to go along with what's going on even if you don't like it?
No, I was thinking that if I don't feel good or comfortable in the WhatsApp group, well, I can go out, no, because I don't feel good. But I am trying to stay there, to see what is happening, to try to understand that everybody has his own needs. Some people want to learn, some people want to talk, some people want to send message because this is better for us or for them, and I can understand. But
the WhatsApp group is a little bit of a different beast than the call. The WhatsApp group is open for long periods of time, and it's a little bit more wild. I don't listen to every message. I don't watch it all the time. So things might happen in the WhatsApp group that are different than here. For the call, though, for my class, right, I am here with my full attention for everything. So you could start there. If you're noticing that you're hesitant to express yourself, you could start here by talking about it like you're doing. You're mentioning that, you know, sometimes you want to give a thumbs down, but you're not doing that. And that will, you know, save you from misery, I think, right? It sounds kind of miserable to me to be alone with a different opinion and not even let people know.
Yep.
I could be wrong. You could be enjoying yourself. I don't know. But you said yeah.
I like to be here.
Yeah.
And I like to listen people. And in this case, I try to say that Amira was right because I have the same feeling. And I think some people has the same feeling, but they are not saying, like in my case.
Yes.
That I want to put thumbs down, and I didn't.
Got it. Thank you I missed that. You wanted to put a thumbs down to Amira's question. Are you're not me getting all of your needs met in the group? You wanted to tell the group it's true. The group is not giving you all of what you want, but you didn't say that when Amira asked, and you're saying it now. I have another question for you, Rosa.
Okay.
What happened when Amira was asking her question and you said, "Oh, I can't do it. I can't tell people that I really have something else going on for me," to now, 10 minutes later, you said, "Oh, you know what? I will tell the group." What happened in between that changed your mind?
Because all the time I want to talk, but I don't feel confidence. This is a reason, no?
And then somehow you got the confidence. That's why I'm wondering, how did you change from not having the confidence to having the confidence?
Because I want to do it, and I feel good talking with you because you are trying to understand what we are trying to say. You are not focused in another thing, just to have a conversation, and this is very good for me, and I have to say thank you so much.
You're welcome. And so you reminded yourself that you like talking. That sounds to be how you got the confidence. You remembered that you like it and you like being listened to, and you know that I listen. Okay, that's good enough for me. Say anyone else, Rosa. Sure.
Anyone else? Thank you.
This is Amira from Libya. Rosa, you said about your experience, about what I said in first call, and you mentioned about sometimes happened with you. You feeling should be, or maybe a feeling should be put a thumbs down about I'm not disagree with this topic or that, and you are shamed, and the confidence not get it at that time, and now you explore yourself about your idea. I'm right?
Yes, it's correct.
Yeah, thank you. I wanna ask James why you don't voted the ball since long time what we needed as a student. This activity lost, I think, 2 months ago.
How did you let me lose that activity?
Yeah, this activity, especially this activity, because
Amira?
yes.
Nuh-uh, not because. How did you let me lose the activity? You've been here every class, and yet somehow you want me to remember to do the activity. Would you, next time you want to do an activity, would you bring that to the group and say, I want to do the poll?
Yeah, I want to do the poll.
Now it's too late now because I'm going to pass over to Rama in 8 minutes, but next time, bring it.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else?
Okay, so here is Yakuba from Burkina Faso. It is my first time to be in this kind of meeting, and really it seemed to be amazing. So first of all, let me know what topic are you talking about here?
The topic is how this group is amazing. That's the topic, and you brought it up, so thank you. It's a great topic.
Okay,
would you like to say more about how this group is amazing?
Okay, so this group is amazing for me because here, when we are here and listening to some people who are talking like that, first of all, we can have many words that can really help us to build our vocabulary and even some expression that can help us in our real life, you see. Because when people are talking more and more like that, we find some useful word and at the same time, some experience from one another, you see. So that's what I have to tell about this kind of group. And really it is amazing because we have many people here from different country or different continent.
You like hearing about experiences from people who can say whatever they like, learn new words, meet people from different countries and continents, and you like all of that opportunity.
Yes, I like both.
And you're from, Yakuba, you're from Burkina Faso?
Yes, exactly. I'm from Burkina Faso. I don't know if you know this country.
I don't know about it in detail. I know that there is a country named Burkina Faso. Maybe if you stay in the group, I'll have an opportunity to learn more about it, which I would love. I also want to check with you about your English level. What do you consider yourself? A beginner, intermediate, advanced, teacher?
Okay, so according to my level in English, I can say I'm a beginner because here in my country, our official language is not English. So we are speaking French here as official language, but English, we are just learning it at school as our second language here. You see, so it is really tough for us to find someone here who is speaking this language and this. So we are living here with lack of practicing, that we call. But the language, when we want to become better, we have to practice more and more. But we don't have any people here to practice. Most people here are just speaking French and some local language here. So I can say I'm a beginner in English.
Great. Good to have you here, Yakuba. Just a few more minutes before I pass off. So anybody, especially people who have not yet spoken in my class, want to get a word in,
can I
feel
speak,
free.
sir?
Imam, go ahead, Imam. Yeah.
Okay, my name is Imam. I'm from Indonesia, and I think that I'm new in your community, let's say community. And my case is, the opposite of like the speaker, the previous speaker, like Rosa is not, she told that she's not confident using like WhatsApp to communicate, but this is in my case. I'm more confident using like voice note by speaking, but in this meeting, I'm nervous because usually I don't get used to speaking to like international, like with so many people around the world. And I just, practice my speaking with my fellow countries, like +62 number if from Indonesia, most of them. And I think this is my third meeting that I joined, and I was just listening because I didn't really know like some terminology, like because I'm newbie, like satisfied, how to say that, dissatisfaction, something like that, and I don't know what is that. And this is my case. And from the WhatsApp group, I think that the member should not, like share the other links to the WhatsApp group. So
Imam,
it will be, yeah.
Let's keep the WhatsApp group separate. We can have that discussion another time. I want to just bring in what you already said. So you're pointing out that for you, the WhatsApp groups it's easier for you to share messages, but what's unfamiliar, what's new is being in a live space, talking to people from many different countries and speaking here live, unstructured, spontaneously is new. So you get a little nervous. You're doing a great job. You're overcoming your nervousness. You're coming in.
Yeah.
It's only you're new here, right? It's your third time here. Big group to be coming in, third time here, letting people know what's going on for you. I mean, give yourself some credit.
Oh, thank you.
Would you give yourself a little credit for what you're already doing to overcome your nervousness?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of time. If at the first time, when I was practicing, trying to practice my speaking skill with my Indonesian members in a WhatsApp. So
Imam,
it's the same. I was so nervous, and then I did it again and again. It's kind of I get used to it.
Get used to what? Oh,
get
speaking in WhatsApp
with other people.
With speaking with other people. Absolutely. It'll become the more we do something, whatever it is, speaking or anything else, the more we do something, it becomes more familiar. Usually we become more comfortable and proficient with that thing, right? That's what learning is and practice is. We learn how to do something. So I want to end it there. It's very good to hear from you and have you here. And I hope that you come back again. I'm going to now, it's 14 UTC. I'm going to be passing over to Rama for her class. And I'd like to just introduce Rama. So Rama, Rama is a proud Ugandan. Ooh, let me just mute you. Somebody's making some noise, or is that, I don't know, that might even be you, Rama. Rama is a proud Ugandan by nationality, African, holds a diploma in journalism, currently joined James Green's English class, and extremely passionate about exploring new challenges in teaching as a career. Furthermore, enrolled for private studies in professional education and teaching award diploma at Frisbee College in the United Kingdom. Over to you, Rama. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you, James. Another day, lovely day to be with you here. Am I audible enough?
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are. This is Rahma, and yet again for another class. We shall begin up by, we have 51 participants in the building, and I would love about 10 or 15 of you to introduce yourself and say your name and what media platform you love to use. Thank you.
Hello, Teacher Rahma. This is Murad. I'm from Yemen. And first of all, thank you so much for taking over this class now. And my hobby is to learn English and to watch sports, football, my favorite game. This is all about me. Thank you so much. Back to the group.
Okay, thank you, Murad. Anyone else?
Hi, Rahma. This is Frida. I only have 2 platforms that I keep at the moment. One is Facebook and the second one is Discord. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Frida. Please let's keep the norm of anyone else. That's much easier for other people to jump in. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you.
This is Ahmed. Hi, Rama. My media platform.
Favorite platforms are
by using the Discord and the Teams application. Anyone else?
Thank you, Ahmed.
Okay, so here is Yakuba Gansore, and I'm from Burkina Faso. I'm also a student for my first year at university, and I'm dealing with German language. So that's all about myself.
I didn't get your names. Could you please repeat?
Okay, so my name is Yakuba.
Yakuba. All right, nice to meet you, Yakuba.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, say anyone else?
Hi, Rama. Hi, everyone. This is Munmi from India. I use Facebook and Discord. And apart from that, I have some learning apps that I have subscribed from Google Play. Thank you, anyone else?
All right, thank you, Munmi. May we hear from someone else, please?
Hello, everyone. This is Svetlana from Georgia. I use Teams, Facebook, and WhatsApp groups for learning English.
All right, thank
Anyone
you.
else?
Hello, everyone. My name is Yunus. I'm from Morocco. My favorite platforms are WhatsApp and YouTube. Thank you. Anyone else?
All right, thank you, Yusuf.
This is Ali from Iran. My favorite application for using and learning English, first of all, is WhatsApp. However, I use Instagram and sometimes I use YouTube, but most of the time I use WhatsApp because I have a lot of English group here, and also I have a lot of foreign partner, and I can practice with them. For that, I prefer WhatsApp more than another application. Thank you. Anyone else?
All right, would anyone else love to tell us the names and the media platforms they use?
Hello, can I speak? My name is Imam. I'm from Indonesia, and I use mostly WhatsApp to learn languages. So English included, and I use Facebook, but I don't really get into. I don't use Facebook very much, and Zoom for like learning right now. That's my platform. Thank you. Anyone else?
All right, thank you, Imam.
This is Amira from Libya. I have a lot of platform application, but nowadays I use the Zoom for a Zoom meeting for James class, and I use the WhatsApp group for my family when I need connection with one of member of my family. Anyone else?
Hi, I am Saidali Abdul Slaik from Philippines. Now, one of the platforms I used to learn the American accent because I'm a fan of American accent and I'm really fan of Americans because, here in the Philippines, we are fan of Americans. And as I said earlier, one of the platforms I used to learn the American accent, especially the English, would be the Messenger, the Facebook, and the Zoom. Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you, Sadi.
This is Azita from Iran. I use the WhatsApp and Instagram for improving my language because in WhatsApp I follow some pages. They are English teacher and they are very useful for me. Because of this, I follow them and they are very useful for me. That's it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Azita. Say anyone else, please.
Zainab from Pakistan. I used Insta, WhatsApp, Zoom meetings, as well as Hellocal app for English learning, and YouTube. That's it. Anyone else?
Hello everyone, I hope you are doing well. Thank you for this Zoom meeting for practicing English, and I am happy to be a member of in this group. Another thing, Mr. James, can I have the group for WhatsApp is full. I can't enter in this group.
Mustafa, sorry to interrupt you. Mustafa, can you hear me? Sorry to interrupt you. I think that suggestion will be looked at later. We are in a different session right now, so just say your name and the media platform you use. Thank you.
Okay, I write my name when in here.
No, you just have to say your name. What's your name? Your
My
country.
name is Mustafa. My name is Mustafa. I'm from Morocco.
All right. And what media platform do you like to use? Social platform.
WhatsApp and Zoom and Telegram.
Oh, good. Thank you, Mustafa. Please say anyone else.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
This is Eric.
Yes, Eric.
I'm from Mexico, and the applications that usually use are Instagram, Zoom, and WhatsApp. Anyone else?
All right. Thank you, Eric. So far, we've used 10 minutes of introducing ourselves and also hinting on the media platforms we use. Allow me dive into the topic. I would love us to talk about media today. What is media? When you hear the word media, what is that first thing that hits your mind? All right, we shall start by defining what media is, then giving your thoughts. What is that main thing? What do you look at when using any platform, any media platform? It could be the traditional, it could be the new media we have at the moment. So what is media? Over to you, my audience. What is media? What do you think about media? Say your name and dive into the topic.
This is Islam Azizi. Hello.
Yes, Islam.
I am Islam from Afghanistan. I invite you as Zoom, Telegram, WhatsApp. Thank you very much.
All right, Azizi, what do you think of media? How would you define media?
Telegram.
Okay, that's a type of media. Please say anyone else.
This is
Hello, hi. This is yeah, you
This
can
is
use
Sam
the
from
pause.
Bangladesh.
Mamata Nepali, please go on.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, I'm Mamta from Nepal.
All right.
Yes, media is the way to connect with people. I have been using so many media, like WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, and Telegram. I have been using those media. It helps to connect with people. It helps to contact with people. It is the path. Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you, Mamata. May we hear from anyone else?
This is Claudette from Mexico.
Yes,
And media means a mass communication. Like you can be broadcasting, you can be publishing. Broadcasting is like TV, radio, and publishing can be the part of the some booklets or some pamphlets or some kind of papers that you deliver in public on the streets and the internet. Okay, like the one that you mentioned, TikTok, YouTube, and different platforms. Okay, thank you. Back to the group.
All right, thank you, Claudette. Please say anyone else.
This is
Hello.
Ahmed.
Yes, Ahmed.
Yes. My personal opinion about the media, the tools you can use it to dissemination the news on the world, number one. Number two, to build the relationship with the different people in the world. The three advantage to learn the something new, like the different culture, different communication with the people, something like this. So you can using media on the shop, on the why. So that's my personal opinion about the media.
Excellent. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you for that broad explanation, Claudette, and all the participants that gave in their views. All right. Media in general, it is a broad way of mass communicating with people on different platforms. It could be broadcasting, as one of you said, it could be publishing, it could be the internet itself. So without media, I don't think we would be here. As far as I know, we are right now, we are on Zoom. It is a platform. And how does it come about? It all falls under the bracket of media. Media, we have two forms of media. We have the conventional and then we have the non-conventional, all right? It falls under the bracket of the traditional and the new media. Would any of you want to share with us the types or the forms of traditional media?
This is Claudette again from Mexico. And
Yes,
we have types of media. We have print media, like newspapers, magazine is the old tradition. And the new way is internet, website, online ads, emails, etc. And also I want to add about the broadcasting media, like television and radio, is and support media, outdoor, and transit advertising. Okay.
All right, thank you, Claudette.
Anyone else?
Would I?
Yes, Ellie, go on.
Yeah. As you know, media include some traditional things such as press, and our guys mentioned such as newspaper, magazine, tabloid, and something like that. And broadcasting include TV and radio. And to my mind, radio is old. Yeah, it's a little same as newspaper and press and magazine is old, but um, the more new, the newer media include internet, and in this way, you can see a lot of applications that you can use and be connect with people around the world. And because of media, we can get together here and share our view together. Thank you so much. It was my opinion about media.
All right, thank you, Ellie. Allow me to dive into the definition of traditional media. Traditional media is a non-electric medium which we use as part of our culture to transmit information from one generation to another generation. We have, of current, we are using the new media, but again, there is a feel that we are dropping the traditional media. So we are going to focus on the traditional media as a whole. Ahmed, I don't know if you, Ahmed, could you please share the video?
Okay, just a minute. I think Muhammad Ujbara, he hosting your class. Just me is not available. I can share my video. Muhammad, do you hear me?
This
Okay.
is Mukhtar from Tunisia. Muhammad, I guess, isn't here. I can give it a try from my side. Ahmed, if you have a better connection, internet connection, you could better do it. Otherwise,
No.
I can do. Yeah.
Just a minute. I share my screen.
Okay.
Do you see my screen, Rama?
Yes, I can, but there is no sound yet.
Okay.
Could you please play it from the start, Ahmed? Play the video from the start.
This video you send me on the WhatsApp. That's
Yes.
the link. Yes, exactly.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry, I hear nothing.
Ahmed, there is no sound. I don't know.
No sound?
Yeah, there's no sound.
No.
Perhaps. It's lagging. There is no sound and it's lagging at the same time. So.
Do you want me to give it a try?
Perhaps you could give it a try, Mukhtar.
Yeah. Okay,
Thank you,
let's see.
Ahmed.
Okay.
We still cannot hear anything, okay?
I'm not here.
And Mukhtar, when you
Yeah.
when you start sharing the video and open it,
Yeah. Wait a minute.
there is an icon. All right.
Right. Rahma, can you hear me? Okay, partagez l'audio. I'm going to, yeah. It's okay.
Mandia, 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 yes, mandia. Bobo Bambari, Bobo Bambari.
All right, thank you, Mukhtar. And, there's some noises in the background, okay? All right, thank you, Mukhtar and Ahmed, for trying. In the beginning, the video didn't play as I had expected. I think due to technical issues, I do apologize for that. Well, a sneak peek or an idea of what you saw in the video in terms of traditional media. I would love to get some views from you, lovely participants. Thank you.
This is Khan. Can I say something?
Yeah, this
Yes, Khan.
Well, that I realized from that video is one kind of tea or ritual. People just congress and just celebrate with each other convocation day or gala day. So is the only one way in all the time or period time to communicate with each other together. That I understood from that video.
All right, thank you, Ken. You really got it right. Please say anyone else.
Anyone else?
Yeah, this is Aman.
Hello.
I think
Hello.
This is Aman. I think I have a bit same opinion as Khan. But
Hello.
I want to add a little bit more. And those people in the video,
Hello.
they were like gathering around, and the drum, and they were like tapping the drum, like clapping the drum, like, and together with their other friends, family, to communicate with each other, so that they are celebrating something like that.
All right,
So,
thank you,
that's all I
Aman.
think.
Thank you, Aman. Back to the video you saw. It is a culture in the eastern part of my country, and such rituals are held usually in the month of December. These are circumcision rituals or activities that this culture holds, whereby when a teenager reaches a certain age, or 15 years to be precise, he is subjected, or he is obliged, he should be circumcised. So this kind of rituals are held so that he or she, so that he is able to be circumcised. Why am I pointing at this? Back then, right now, we have a different type of media. We have our phones, we have our health apps, you can just download any of them and make an appointment, go to the hospital, all right? But then back then, look at this video. They dance around, they hit they hit the drums and the calabashes as a way of communicating. All right, so they stick to their tradition and find the comfort to communicate to other people, to pass on their message. Would any of you suggest any examples of traditional media? Examples like we saw in the video. Did any of you notice any items that the traditional people use or the traditional media would literally use?
I know. This, like sending a bird, asking a bird to take your letter and send to someone you want the bird to send the letter to. It's
all right, Aman. Please say anyone
it's an
else.
Asian.
This is Ahmed.
Yes, Ahmed.
Sometimes I remember we using the radio to dissemination the news in the world. I think maybe something like this. That's called the radio. Maybe I am wrong.
Yes, Ahmed.
Radio is control devices is small, to dissemination for the news in the world. That's meaning something like this about the media, traditional.
All right, thank you, Ahmed. Yeah, radio, yes, true. It's a mean of communicating, but then we would state that under the conventional type of media. I want us to look at the that specific traditional means of media that we use. For example, we have the whistles, we have the drums, we have the clapping of hands, we have the stamping of feet, we have the knocking. So those are the few I can list for you, and I would love to hear from other people. What sort of traditional items do we use to communicate?
This is Mukhtar from Tunisia. I'd like to say two things. One related to the video that we've just watched, and the other is a way that we used to use here in my country some time ago to communicate. Now, regarding the video, I see the festival is a way of highlighting the ritual of circumcision in this community, and that, you know, gathering all these people and all this preparation is a strong message conveyed through this festival, so that they can keep this tradition, this ritual alive. And I can see that the message here, the communication, is not only in space, but also in time, because this is passing the idea of circumcision to the future generations and showing that it is really, really important for this community to do that. And I find this is a good way of communication in space and time, as I said. The second thing is that in my country, I remember, you know, a long time ago when I was really, really young, that in my rural area, people used to communicate by shouting. They just stand on a hill and shout to the other people, maybe of 2 miles away, sometimes 1 mile away, and they just shout to each other and they communicate. And another thing that we used to do in Ramadan, for example, in the fasting month in my country, for the time of iftar, a long time ago, before radios and TV channels, people used to, communities, they used to use cannons, guns, okay, and they make a big explosion, let's say, with cannons, so that people around that town, miles and miles around that town, can know that it's time for iftar. So I wanted just to share with you these two ways.
Well, thank you, Mukhtar. You really pointed out valid points here, that it's not just a video, it is not just for fun, but it is a way of communicating. It was back then, but again, they stored it that the newer generation sees that, okay, we have our phones, but again, there is the traditional part of communicating. I don't have to just use my phone to have access to information. I have to perhaps use a whistle if I want to call someone. He or she can be meters away, like 3 meters away from where I am, and I can whistle blow, and instantly she or he hears me out and comes to my direction. Would any of you point out what forms of traditional media you use or you've heard of? It could be from your forefathers and stuff like that.
This is Frida. This is Amira. So,
yes, Frida.
Here
Frida, then
we learn
Amira.
from.
Yeah.
Thank you. We learn from indigenous people here. There are 2 main communication they use. The first one, it's smoke when they communicate to each other because of the distance, how they alert or they want to send or convey messages from their tribe to the other tribe by smoke. And the other one is leaving traces for the next tribe when they have a pilgrimage or a traveling a long distance. So there are 2 signs that, if I'm not mistaken, like if they left a round mark on the tree, that means there is a water nearby. And if they left a broken branch pointing to the left, that means that
there is or there are wild animals around lurking. Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi.
Thank you, Frida. Amira, please.
This is Amira from Libya. Here in my country since long time. When someone gets married, the wedding day, before the wedding day, all women came to their family, and communication by just only meeting and put a lot of loud music. Or when I think this is when I go in this street, I see and listening a lot of music, a lot of celebration and women talkative. We know, we know this house maybe have a son or a girl for wedding, and nowadays this phenomena will be decreased. I think new generation for communication to get to the message the date of wedding days only, and all the people came in the exactly day. Anyone else?
Thank you, Amira.
This is Eric.
Yes, Eric.
I think sign language was traditional communication. I don't know if that's true, but
Yes, it is. It was a traditional form of communication, and till date, some people still use it. Please go on.
yeah, I thought that in
Yes, Eric, are you there?
sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, just I wanted to say that sign language is a good way to communicate nowadays, and it was an old way to communicate also. Anyone else?
Thank you, Eric.
This is Nidalik from Ethiopia. Go ahead.
Yes, please go ahead. Oh, I think we
You went
lost.
too, sorry. This is Indalish from Ethiopia, but I hear someone's voice.
Go on, Indalit.
Okay, in my country, in Ethiopia, the traditional way of communicating, especially when they have something, especially when there is someone died in the evening, early in the morning, there is a way of ringing the horn, H-O-R-N. I think you understand horn?
I didn't catch that. Could you please?
The instrument, horn.
Yeah, horn mean ring.
Yeah,
Or
they
bell.
ring.
Or bell.
Okay,
I don't
okay.
know. Yeah, they
All
ring,
right.
but
yes, Indalit.
yeah, but you can know the way how they are ringing this horn for wedding or for gathering people, for meeting, for something. There is the way they differentiate it by making differently, but the same instrument by just making it differently. This is for bad news, for good news, for meeting, for celebration. You discover. So this is in my country. Anyone else?
Thank you, Indalit. That was
Hello, hi.
a specific way, I would say,
Hi.
that traditional way of communicating, that they would blow the horn, but again in different phases of sound to pass on a message. So you would know that this specific tone is for a wedding. I mean, this specific sound is for a funeral, and this specific sound is for a village meeting. That's very impressive. And another person mentioned the traces. It could be sometimes animals. We have animals, specific animals that they long ago they would use at night, that leave their footprints on the floor or in the ground, and it shows that okay, this is the direction we're going to take, or Then another person, Frida, mentioned smoke. These are very brilliant ideas that we are missing a lot because of the new media, and I really appreciate you sharing these views. Someone had something to say. Please go on.
Yes, this is Ahmed.
Yes, Ahmed.
I want to share something about the media traditional. I remember in the past, if you wanted to connect it with another area, you're using the humanity parts, like the animal is fly. You link it the message on here, you know, this animal fly for the another idea to reach your message. That's meaning that's considered the traditional. I don't know that is the culture in your country, but I remember that is past, you know, is very, very, very in the past. It's very old. So actually, yes, about another traditional, we using the horse like something horse. If you wanted to connect it with another culture, another people in the another area, this horse you putting the your message, you know, on this horse. Another idea. Maybe I think that's considered the traditional media.
Of course it is, Ahmad.
Yes.
This is Ahmad, and I got one also. You know, am I? Can you guys hear me? I got one also. When the Muslim go to mosque, and when they want to tell people to come to the mosque, they go shout. You know how they call it? Adhan, right? They say, you know, come to prayer. You know, when the prayer times comes in, they call people to, you know, to pray in the mosque. That's a way of old traditional communication, right?
Yeah, yes, Ahmad, that's true. The Muslims, and most times the Bilal summons a prayer. Perhaps
Hello, hi.
there's distance as well, but we do not have the microphone. So yes, that's a traditional way of. We have one person. Is it Dusara? Dusara, you've been raising your hand. Please go ahead. Dusara, are you there, Dusara? Okay. All right. All right. Anyone else? Dusara seems not to have a word to say.
Hello, Dusara from Sri Lanka.
All right, Dusara.
Yes, I want to tell traditional media in the past in my country. It is using from the drums. One man hit the drums and he going to village.
All right, I heard you mention drums, Dusara.
Yes, he going with the message. When he hit the drums, people come near for him. Then he send the message. After the mechanical development, this item is closed, no?
All right. Ahmed, could you please share the slides of
You mean the photo?
Yeah, the non-conventional photos.
Okay, just a minute, please.
All right.
Please.
Yes.
I started from the beginning, okay?
Right. We shall go one by one. So
yes, that's
the
first picture.
So please, participants, would any of you like to tell us what traditional item is this? Does any of you have an idea?
This is Ahmed. Yes, I have idea. I think that's the cube making from the tribe.
Nice try, Ahmed. But that isn't true. Does anyone have an idea what this item is? It is a traditional.
May I try?
Please go on.
This is Khan from Bangladesh. As far as I'm concerned, is maybe balls. So many balls that they can cook for their dinner, lunch. So kind of balls.
Thank you. Would anyone else love to try?
This is Frida.
Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead, Azita. I have talked. Your turn.
Okay, thank you, Farida. Yeah, I think it's a kind of ceremony for drinking coffee, traditional ceremony for drinking coffee, I guess, in Africa.
Azita, that was a try, but maybe we try another person. It isn't.
This is Frida.
Yes, Frida.
I've seen like a wooden shell. So you think you have to throw that to someone else's head if you want to communicate with them? I don't know.
No, thank you, Frida. Would anyone else love to try?
Hello, can I guess?
Yes, please.
I am Jerry from the Philippines, so I guess that is from the coconut.
I would say that you're almost there, but not. Let's see another person. Perhaps we have another participant who would love to try.
This is Munmi from India. These are baskets made of, I don't know, and people used to play those baskets like drums.
So now I realize how much we've dropped the traditional media. It is a task upon us all to really, step back and recognize that there are other forms of media. Well, I'll tell you, this is a calabash. It is called a calabash. All right? It is a calabash. It's used for so many activities. It can be used for drinking water. It can be used for dancing. Like they have strings they use for hitting the oval part of it. So you use the strings to make sound, to make music. It is a traditional way of communicating. It is a traditional way, perhaps a wedding. So they would, instead of bringing the music system or the sound system, would use the calabash. You just have strings and hit it. Yeah, that's it.
Rahma,
another one.
Yeah, which country people use like this traditional?
Arif, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, which countries people used to like this traditional?
I'm sorry.
Which country people?
Oh, we use that a lot in my country, in Uganda. And let's say the Bagisu, we have the tribe called the Bagisu, we have the Baganda.
Yes. You misunderstood me. Yeah, Rahma, you misunderstood me.
Yeah. And it's not just
I asked you which country is traditional like this.
She told Uganda.
No, I asked her that, yeah, here we see the traditional calabash.
The tradition, I mentioned that as well. I said the Baganda, the Bagisu, the Basoga. It is kind of new terms, yeah. So Ahmed, please share and let's look at the other slide. Ahmed, can you hear me?
Yes, another picture.
Yes, please.
Okay. This?
Yes. Would any of you recognize what this picture is? What does it do?
This is a kind of drum.
Your name, please, and
this is Svetlana from Georgia. This is an instrument, drum, for playing musical instrument.
thank you, Krana. All right, anyone else?
This is Aman. This is a bongo. Bongo. You know bongo, right?
Did you say mango
The name of it.
or bongo?
Bongo. Yeah, bongo. You know, like it made it sound like. Yeah, it's a bongo, right? It's not. Yeah, I don't know.
All right, we heard you. We stick to drums. Would anyone, Ahmed, please share the next slide. How about this? Would anyone want to record?
This is Svetlana from Georgia. Again, this is a whistle.
All right. Yes, Munmi, what do you believe that this was a traditional means of communicating? No idea? Or an idea? Okay. We used long ago. Okay, go on.
No, I have seen this using only in the sports.
Well, allow me elaborate a little more. A whistle back then was used as a means of communicating. It was used, let's say perhaps as a relaxing way. Some would use it as, to sing. They would whistle as singing. Some would use it as a way of calling the other. Perhaps he or she is in the other room, so you just whistle and the other person would come to you because he understands that that's a sign. You're communicating, all right? Ahmed, kindly share another slide. All right. Does any of you?
Can I say this is Khan?
Yes, Khan.
The equipment name is Flute. It's a older traditional equipment. That's all.
Maybe this is a flute.
Yeah, it's a flute.
All right, Ahmed, do we have any other?
It's a bamboo flute.
Okay, does any of you recognize this item?
Xylophone?
That's a xylophone.
Pardon?
Is that a xylophone?
No, it's not a xylophone.
Like a ruler instrument, musical instrument. I don't know.
Yes, it is a musical instrument. It is a flute, but with multiple, I would say multiple sticks attached to it. It is a different type of a flute. Yeah. Ahmed, do we have any other traditional?
Okay, just a minute. These.
It's mailbox, right?
This, Ahmad, I think that's done. We are done with the traditional. This isn't so traditional. So the mailbox wouldn't fall into. It falls into the new forms of media. All right, thank you, lovely participants. I really appreciate you taking your time to recognize these traditional forms or traditional items that we use to communicate. And I would urge all of us to look back a little bit. Let's not just focus on the current media platforms we use. We have the Facebook, we have the WhatsApp, we have the Instagram, we have the Snapchat. Well, they are good forms of platforms, but again, we are dropping our culture. We are dropping the tradition. So let's try and bring back the feel that we can communicate in other ways. I can whistle and you know that, oh, I'm calling you. I can blow the flute and you know that, oh, there is an event going on. I can clap my hands and you know that, oh, there is a sermon or there is a meeting going on. I can, leave a trace of smoke so you can follow and say, oh, we have perhaps a ritual going on. We have an event going on. So it has been nice having you with us, with me. I'm left with 2 minutes, I think. And I would love to hear feedbacks from you in the 2 minutes.
Hey, Rahma, this is Frida.
Yes, Frida.
The lesson was amazing. It was brilliant, engaging. Thank you for the visual. It make it more clearer and it's more brighter, the lesson. Thank you so much for lesson today. I truly appreciate that.
Thank you, Frida. Anyone,
Ari
please?
Indonesia.
This Munmi
Hi,
from
Rahma.
India.
It was Nani. I had Nani, then Munmi. You can go on, Munmi.
This is Munmi from India. Thank you, Rehma. This is really wonderful class. You kept every one of us active throughout the class. And at the same time, we have done so many things. And I can realize we are so much occupied with the modern communication that we have started forgetting about our traditional communication. At the same time, I felt myself like a student enrolled in a mass communication, and you are giving us a beginning lesson. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Anyone else?
This is Ahmed. Thank you so much, Rama. Actually, that's a wonderful class. We remember my history, something like this. Thank you so much. Actually, I am very appreciative this class. Thank you.
Thank you, Ahmed. Anyone else?
Ari Indonesia. Hi, Rahma.
Yes, hi.
It's very wonderful today because I can hear everyone talking, and then we also learn about part of some culture from the other hemisphere, and then it's also wonderful that you remind us about this kind of media, and then well, maybe we can also use that nowadays, right? Just like I'm also using the clap hands thing with my children at school, so it's really it's really nice to use that kind of media to communicate each other. Thank you, Rahma.
Thank you.
Back to you. And
all right.
Hello, sister.
In 1 minute time, please go on, Malang.
How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
So, are you a new host?
Shazad, your feedback, please, about what we just started.
Well, so I was not in the beginning, and I have joined this time now, and I don't know about anything else. So nice, you have a nice accent, as I heard, and you have a nice culture, nice. Now you are just looking a Muslim girl, and thanks a lot.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you. All right. Yes, go on, Jarrell.
Yeah, thank you so much for conducting this wonderful class. I hope you will continue this class, and we'll learning from you. And I'm really glad because I participated in this class. Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you,
Thank
Rama.
you.
I really enjoy a lot the class. It was very amazing and beautiful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Ahmed. Back to you, Ahmed. Thank you, lovely participants. I really enjoyed my company with you. And back to Ahmed or James or Mohammed.
Yes, with the next class. Okay.
To the
Thank you
next
so much,
class. Sure.
Mukhtar. You hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
Mukhtar.
yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
we
thank
can
you,
listen
Rama.
to you.
I can hear you.
Welcome.
Okay. Pass over to Mukhtar.
Thank you. Right. Okay, this is Mukhtar from Tunisia, and I'm in charge of the reading club in James Green's English classroom. And this is our third lesson, actually. We're working on a book, a novel called The Book of Two Ways, written by an American author called Judy Pico. And we're working on we have a channel on Discord where we share the passages. We've shared 5 passages so far. We're going to see 2 more passages today. If you want to read the other passages, you can go to the reading club. No, the Book of Two Ways, the channel on Discord, to have a look at the previous passages. Today we're going to work on 2 more passages, passage 6 and passage 7. And passage 6 is going to be divided into 2 parts, 6.1. This is 6.1. Actually, before working on this passage, I'd like to remind you that the story of the book we are reading together starts with an American middle-aged lady called Dawn McDowell. Has survived a plane crash, and after the accident, after the crash, instead of going back to America to her family, her husband, and her teenage daughter, she decided to go to Egypt to see her ex-lover, Wyatt, whom he hasn't seen for about 15 years now. Passages 6 and 7 is we're going to accompany Dawn McDowell in her journey from the airport in Cairo to the camp where her Wyatt, her ex-lover, works and lives. We normally do a few activities: reading aloud, working on vocabulary, and maybe some grammar structures. Today we're going to add some history to the menu. If you're interested in ancient Egypt, you're going to learn a few things today with us. I'd like, if any one of you, please, would like to read aloud the passage that you can see on the screen.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Rick?
Your name and go ahead. Yes, please.
Chapter 1, passage 6.1.
Yes.
I'm going to read all or just the first.
Yeah, just maybe you can read. If it's fine, you can read all the passage that you can see on the screen. If you feel it's too much, we can just invite someone else to continue.
Okay, I'm going to stop in the first paragraph.
Okay.
The second paragraph. In a previous life, I had been planning to be an
Egyptologist, I fell in love with the culture first when we studied ancient Egypt in 4th grade. Anyone else?
Yeah, anyone else? Anyone else would like to read?
Yes, sir.
May I?
I want.
Is that Sue? Sue from Egypt?
Yes.
Yes, Sue,
Yes.
please.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Chapter 1, I read from the
I
from the
remember line
beginning.
3, yes. Line 3, I remember standing at the top of the jungle.
May I? Okay, okay. I just wanted to read all of it, but I'll try from this.
It's
okay.
fine, yes.
I remember standing at the top of the jungle gem and feeling the wind and pretending that I was in a fluka.
Falca or felucca, yes.
Fluka, it's like a boat.
We're going to talk about it later, yes.
Fluka, fluka. We call it fluka.
Okay.
I was in Fluka crossing the Nile. My prized positions was a judge book from the two.
Guidebook, yes.
Sorry,
it's fine.
My my prized position was a guidebook from the two treasures of the golden pharaohs, excepted that my mother had found at a second-hand book shop. In high school, I took French and German because I knew that I would need those language to translate researches. I applied to colleges that offer the Egyptology programs and studied on full scholarship at Chicago.
Yeah, University
Thank you so
of
much
Chicago.
for listening.
Thank you, Sue. Yeah, thank you that you learned, that you read for us. Okay, who's next? Who'd like to? We're going to move to the second passage. Then who'd like to read maybe the first 3 lines? Of
This
the
is
second?
So should I start it?
Anil,
Yes,
would you
sir.
please go ahead? Yes.
Yes. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, sir.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
Yeah, I read the first of most of what I learned about the ancient Egypt can be boiled down to a subject.
Yes.
The first is historical. Egypt was ruled by 32 dynasties of pharaohs, split across 3 main time periods: the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom.
Thank
the
you.
First day. Okay. Back. Anyone else?
Yes. Anyone else would like to read?
Is Maruf?
Yeah, Maruf. Hi.
Hi, how are
So
you?
line 3, end of line 3, the first dynasty began.
The Middle Kingdom and the New Kingdom. The first dynasty began with King Narmer, the pharaoh who unified Upper and Lower Egypt around 3100 BCE.
Yeah, 3100 BCE.
Okay.
3100 BCE.
The Old Kingdom, best known for being the time the pyramids were built as tomb for the kings. But around 2150 BCE, civil war broken out in Egypt. There were 42 separate territories or nomes, each headed by a Normac.
Thank you very much, Maruf. That was great. Anyone else would like to continue?
May I?
With
May
that?
I? Yeah, thank you so much for giving the opportunity.
Yeah.
During this period, each nomad was fighting for his own nome. There were alliances, but the pharaoh in the north did not rule over the unfit Egypt. Instead, it was like the Egyptian game of the thrones.
Mhm.
The Middle Kingdom began when a king named
Mentuhotep the second.
Mentuhotep
The second.
The second reunified Upper and Lower Egypt around the 2010 BC.
Yes, BC. Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone
Can
else
I?
would like? Yes, please.
Okay. That lasted until the Hyksos
Mhm.
invaded from the north, and a period followed where rulers were from foreign lands.
Okay.
It wasn't until King Amose crashed by the Hyksos that Egypt was reunited again during the New Kingdom in 1550 BCE. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, 1550 BC. Thank you very much. Now we're going back to the first passage, and we have here two pictures for the same item, for the same thing. Right? I'd like you please to have a look at the passage here to the right-hand side and try to find out the word that fits the name of this place.
Gym, the gym.
Yeah, gym is part of it.
Yes, part, right? Yeah. And also
Jungle gym.
Yeah, a jungle gym. Very good. This is a jungle gym, right? It's meant for children to learn how to climb and so on. Good. And here it's in line 5. I remember standing at the top of the jungle gym and feeling the wind and pretending that I was in a felucca or flucca. And the second picture, actually two pictures for the same item again. What do we call this? Sue?
Yacht.
Yes.
Yeah, so
It's
what
a
do we call it?
flucca. Yes.
Exactly, yes. Actually,
Yeah.
it's also an English word as well. It's derived from flucca in Egyptian and in Arabic. We call it flucca in Tunisia.
This is my
as well.
city.
Is it?
Yeah, yes. This is my city, Aswan.
Now we're
Yeah, we
jealous.
have
We
a lot of
envy
them.
you. Now we envy you.
Yeah, I
don't we,
invite
guys?
all of you to come to visit my city.
Next, maybe next summer.
Yeah, but in winter, inshallah.
In winter, okay, next winter. Okay, the whole 500 or
Yeah.
600 members of the group will be there in next winter. So felucca, is written. It's written here in okay, it's line. So it says here, I remember standing at the top of the jungle gym and feeling the wind and pretending that I was in a felucca crossing the Nile. Felucca, it is also written like this as an English word, but it is derived from Arabic felucca. Here, Dawn, the main character, is speaking about herself when she, and her early relationship and her early admiration to ancient Egypt, and how it all started. Okay. One more item. What about this picture? Who this man is?
Pharaoh.
The Pharaoh. Very good.
May I say it's Tutankhamun? I think it's.
Yeah, I think he is, but just a Pharaoh. Pharaoh is the title for the word kingdom or ruler in ancient Egypt. She says in line 6 or 7, my prized possession, when she was 4, I guess, my prized possession was a guidebook from the 2 treasures of the Golden Pharaoh exhibit that my mother had found in a second-hand bookshop. Good. Next passage. That's the second passage. And it's history now. We're going to focus more in history, The text or the passage divided the history of ancient Egypt into a number of parts or periods. My question is, to how many parts does the text divide or classify maybe the ancient Egypt to? Maruf?
Yeah, I did the first dynasty. The first part is the first dynasty began with King Narmer.
Wait, Maruf, just let's take it, let's do it one by one. Just give me one number. How many parts is the text dividing the ancient Egyptian history into?
Around two
one
parts.
party, one period, 2 periods, 3 periods, 4, how many? Focus on the first 3 liners.
Ari, Indonesia.
Yeah, go ahead, Ari. Thank you, Maruf.
I think sorry.
Maruf, is it fine if we Maruf, is it fine if we let Ari try?
Go ahead. No problem.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I think it's divided in 3 periods, Muhtar.
Yeah, that's right.
3
3
periods.
periods. Now I'd like you guys to find out the names of these different periods. Would like to give it a try.
This is Eric.
Yes, Eric, go ahead.
The Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom.
Okay, that's right. The Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. So the text divided the history of ancient Egypt into 3 kingdoms or 3 parts, 3 periods: the Old Kingdom, the Middle Kingdom, and the New Kingdom. I'd like you please to focus on the text again and try to find out the dates, the beginning of every kingdom. Let's begin with the Old Kingdom. Can you find out when the Old Kingdom started?
3,100.
3,100
Before century.
Yeah, before Common Era. Before Common Era. It's around 3,500. So around 3,500 BCE. The Middle Kingdom started around, would like to give it a try.
2010?
2,150.
Yes, 2000.
150.
2010.
Yeah, but yeah, I can understand. It says here that around 2150 BCE, a civil war broke out in Egypt. There was a civil war, but that wasn't the beginning of the Second or the Middle Kingdom. That was the end of the Old Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom started in around 2010 BCE. The New Kingdom,
1,550.
Yeah, let's see with Amira. Amira, please. Okay. Right. So it was 1550 BCE. Now, every period, every kingdom of these 3 was founded by a different king. It says here that there were many dynasties, 32, I guess, dynasties, but for every period, there was a king who founded that kingdom. I'd like you please to find out the name of the king, of the pharaoh who started the Old Kingdom.
King Narmer.
Yeah, that's right. King Narmer. And here is a picture of his mommy, King Narmer. The Middle Kingdom. A little bit difficult name. I'm sorry.
Mentuhotep II.
Exactly. Mentuhotep II. and this is his statue. And the last king here is actually not the last king, but he's the king who King Ahmose. Yeah, that's it.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
What does BCE mean?
Great. BCE means before Common Era. Now, now we are in 2022 CE. That's Common Era.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Of course. There is another way of saying this, that we can say BC and AD, before Christ, and the antediluvian. But BCE and CE is not religious, let's say. They want it to be more scientific rather than religious.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Right,
Hi,
let's move
Mukhtar,
to
this
the...
is Frida.
Hi. Yes, Frida, please.
Yeah. Question, please. Yeah. So what is that thing around that's extend from their chin?
That should be a beard. Maybe Sue can tell us more. But this is, they used to have a beard, right? Like a, what do you call it? A goat. Like, anyway, it's a beard.
Right.
But it's part of the, let's say, the appearance of the pharaoh. Right? Frida, have I answered your question?
I accept your answer, but only 50%. Let's have a look.
All right. Can you see?
No worries,
I don't know if I don't know. Can you see me?
Yes, I can see you.
So it's a beard. They said, you know the beard when people
Yes,
they grow beards.
yes.
So that's a beard.
Yes,
but
the facial
it's a different
hair on men.
Yeah,
Yes, the
exactly,
facial hair
yes.
that long.
So
Yeah, I'm
they
just
used
wondering
to-
why it's stiff. Sorry, I'm overlapping. You go ahead.
No, I mean,
No,
it's
it's
a
all
kind
right.
of okay. Right.
Mukhtar?
Yes, please.
You said BCE, it's mean before Common Era.
Exactly. Yes, before Common Era.
What's mean era?
Era means period of time. An era means a period of time.
I know, but which era?
I mean, after, let's say, after the birth of Jesus Christ, now we are in 2022, aren't we? That's Common Era. 1 AD until now, that's Common Era. After the birth of the Christ, antediluvian. Before the birth of Christ, that was before Common Era. Before the Common, that's before. That's BC. That's BC, before Christ.
Okay, thank you.
Right. So I mean, we use the birth of the Christ as a way for our calendar, like we Muslims use, for example, the immigration of the Prophet from Mecca to Medina. What happened before, we say before that event. What happened after is after that event. So the 2022 years we've been living is called the Common Era. So if something happened before that, that's before Common Era.
Okay, thank you.
Right, you're welcome. Okay, so our next activity is, as you can see here, we're going to work on the same text, but we have a few words here, 3 words actually: the Hyksos, the pyramids, and the civil war. These 3 words, actually, they're not just words, they are important events in the history of ancient Egypt, are mentioned in the text, and I'd like you please to relate them to the appropriate kingdom. Which of these words are or is related to the Old Kingdom, and which one or ones are related to the Middle Kingdom? Let's begin with the Hyksos. Can you find the word Hyksos in the text?
Yes.
So
I think it's the kingdom.
I'm
Lion
sorry.
Kingdom?
Can you say that
It's
again?
I think Hyksos is belong to the final kingdom of Egypt, right?
It's the Middle Kingdom, I guess. Let's see. Yes, here it is. It says here that that lasted until the Hyksos. I'm reading the last 3 lines. That lasted until the Hyksos invaded from the north, and the period followed where rulers were from foreign lands. The Hyksos, the arrival of Hyksos to ancient Egypt, about that they signed the the end of the Middle Kingdom. It says here that King Ahmosi crushed the Hyksos. He threw them away from Egypt. He reunited again. He reunited Lower and Upper Egypt again during the New Kingdom in 1550. The pyramids now.
I think this is Rick, the Old Kingdom.
The Old Kingdom, yeah. If you look at line 4, I guess, the Old kingdom is best known for being the time the pyramids were built as tombs for the kings. Okay, so the pyramids is related to the Old Kingdom, and the last event is the Civil War.
First Kingdom.
Okay. First Kingdom. It says here that, but around 2150 BCE, I'm reading line 6, I guess, civil war broke out in Egypt. Then as a result of this civil war, there were 42 separate territories or nomes, each nome headed by a nomarch. And so it's a period that actually the writer, the text here, likens this period in the history of Egypt to the Game of Thrones.
Whoa.
Yeah. Now we're going to do the same with passage 7.1. We need someone to start reading the passage. Would like to give it a try?
Hello, this is
Rahma.
Yeah, hello, this is Satish here.
Satish, okay, Satish first. Okay, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
Rahma.
thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to read it out.
Yes, please. Yes.
The second key subject involves ancient Egyptian religion.
Mm-hmm.
Much of it was related to the sun god, Re, who, as the sun, was pulled across the sky daily in a long boat called the solar bark, and Osiris.
Yes.
The god
and Osiris.
Osiris. The god Osiris, the god of the northern world. Osiris was also the corpse of the sun god, and so they were flipped sides of the same coin. This was not a logic bomb for the ancient Egypt, because Osiris and Re were simply two faces of the same entity, like the Christian Trinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, let's give someone a chance. Thank you very much. Who else would like to?
My sir.
Yes, Rahma, yes.
All right.
Every night.
Every night, revisited Osiris and reunited with his corpse, which powered him up to make the sun rise the next day. The Egyptian model of the afterlife imitated this cycle. The deceased souls was reborn daily like a Re and reunited nightly with its corpse.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rahma. Passage 7.2.
Question, please.
Frida, you can go first.
Okay.
Thank
Frida.
you so much, Ari. Just a quick question. How you pronounce? Is that Osiris or Osiris?
I guess it's Osiris. I guess it's Osiris, I think, but it's fine. I mean, this is not an English word anyway, but Osiris.
No worries. Thank you.
Yeah. So who'd like to read maybe the first 4 lines until
It
4.
was Ari.
May I, sir?
Tigo. Is that Tigo?
Okay,
Ari.
sir.
It was Ari first.
Okay. Tigo.
Can I?
Tigo, Sitya. Yes. Yeah. Can you please go
Okay.
ahead, Tigo?
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
A lot of what we know about ancient Egypt comes from tombs. So we have proof that great pains were taken to prepare for dying and what came afterward. Even people who don't know much about Egyptology have heard of the Book of the Dead, or as ancient Egyptians called it, the Book of Going Forth by Day. It's a new kingdom collection of spells to help the deceased make his offer way to the afterlife. But it evolved from earlier, lesser known funerary texts.
Thank you very much. Thank you. First came the Old Kingdom. Who'd like to continue reading?
This is Khan.
Yes, Khan, please. Yes, of course.
First come the older kingdoms, primate texts, spells, to word a word of evil creatures.
Yeah.
Walls to be spoken of. Funny. Sorry, how to pronounce the
funerary rituals.
Rituals by the jaded king's son and instructions for the
deceased
to the reach the next world.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Thank you. Who else would like to continue reading?
This is
Ari?
Shafaq from Afghanistan.
Okay. I guess Ali. Let's Ari, then Ali Shafaq later. Ari, can you please go ahead?
Okay. By the Middle Kingdom, funerary texts were found painted on the coffin of nobles and other citizens, including spells to restore family relationship, because that can separate us from people we love. Spells to help the deceased travel with Re in his solar bark to defeat Apep, the serpent of chaos, who tried to suck the water out from underneath, and spells to help the deceased become one again with Osiris every night.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Right, we're going to go back to process 7.1. And I'd like you please to focus on the first 3 or 4 lines, I guess 4 lines, and try to find out how this picture is related to the text. What does the picture illustrate?
The middle, I think
yes,
the middle is. Yeah, I think that person in the middle with a helmet, I think with a bird face is Osiris, right?
Actually, well, it says that it is very related to Osiris, but the man has actually is not a man, but he has a different name, another name. Maybe.
Oh, his name is Aman.
No, not your name. I mean the name of the man in the picture. It's line 2, I guess.
Rehu.
Yeah, it's 3. Just 3. Re or Ra. Yeah, in Arabic it's famous for Ra, God. He's the sun god.
Sun god.
Okay.
Sun.
He's the god of the sun. Re. And we can see him. What else? Would you please elaborate? Would you maybe, it's open for all of you here to elaborate, maybe from the 3 or 4 lines, first lines. Aman say the picture, the person or the man we can see there is the sun god Re. Well, where is he? What is he doing?
Holding a staff.
His
was
Maruf.
Right.
Okay, let's see with Maruf.
Is pulled across the sky daily.
Yeah, on a boat.
In a long boat, yeah.
In a long boat, right? We can see him now traveling along the sky on a boat, the solar bark. Actually, the sky itself for ancient Egyptian, the sun, I mean, Re is the sun or the sun god. He travels along during the day, travels in the sky on his own solar boat. Then it says here, if you look at line 3, and Osiris, the god of the netherworld, Osiris was also the corpse of the sun god. Osiris is the corpse of Re. And it says here that they were flip sides of the same coin. So at the end of the day, Re and Osiris are the same. Osiris is the god of the netherworld, but also the corpse of Re, the god of the sun or the sun god. Anyone would like to add something about this? How do you find this?
And I seen snake, the serpent of chaos, Apep here, but outside of the line. Yes.
Yes.
And yeah. And everything painting in gold or sun ray color.
And I guess we can see also the sun just on his head. Seems like
that
it's
sun.
the sun.
All right.
I guess yes. Any other comment on the picture? And
I could see eye on the boat, so it's heading to the right direction, as if like you can see under the snake head, like the boat has an eye.
Great, yes.
Yeah.
But if you are interested, there is a good, there is a good book that I'm going to share if I can on Discord maybe or WhatsApp. I'll see with James how to do that. That can help us better understand this picture and another document that we're going to work on a bit later.
Yeah, I can I say something?
Yes, yes.
Those two human next to the middle person, Ray.
Yeah, he's a god actually.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and beside him is a man, two men with long hair, and he's wearing a like towel, and they are his servant.
Yeah, I guess they are his servants or assistants during the journey. It's a cycle. It says here in the text that it is a cycle. If you look at the end, Egyptian model of the afterlife imitated this cycle. It's something that happens every day. Right, we're going to move on.
Another information.
Yes, Maruf, please, go ahead.
Osiris and Re were simply two faces on the same entity, like the Christian Trinity of the Father.
Yeah, it's just to make
This
it
is Rahma.
easy. Yes, Rahma, please go ahead.
I would say it shows that Re and Osiris are two people in one, just as for the Christian side, the God, the Father, and the Holy Spirit, it is three people in one. So he's showing us here that it is two people in one.
Yeah, it is just that's the idea. It's to make it easier for Christians to understand the ancient Egyptians' way of thinking and how they see their gods. So Osiris is the god of the netherworld, but Osiris is also the corpse. We're going to work on the word corpse later the corpse of Re. And if you look at the last 3 lines here, every night, Re, the sun god, visited Osiris and reunited with his corpse, which powered him up, which gave him power to make the sun rise the next day. It's like when you charge your mobile phone at night. And okay, let's move on to the next activity. Good. We're going to work with a few words here from the text. Would you please find out a word?
May I say something about Osiris?
Yes, please.
Osiris had a wife called Isis. They had a love story, big love story in Pharaohs. Okay, and he was so kind with people and tried to care about them. But also he had an evil brother. He betrayed him, and he called him to his house and asked him to sit to lay in the box. And he closed the box and throw it on the Nile.
All right.
All people, all people loved Osiris, and that at that time when he threw him on the Nile, the Nile came a lot of water.
Okay,
and they feel that he care about their crops, because they had a lot of crops in that time and he still the miracle that he's still alive in the box.
Give us life.
Till he came in. Thank
Right.
you so much.
That's very
Thank you
interesting. Thank you for
Thank
the
you so much
information.
for listening.
That's very interesting.
Thank you.
Okay, so maybe this is why Osiris is the god of the netherworld.
Yes,
right.
they took them as a god because of that, and they do also a miracle about we consider it as a miracle. Do you know our temples here? They wrote on it about with colors. Till now, it's still with its colors. That's considered as a miracle. All these thousands of years, and
the color didn't pale or hasn't paled.
Yes, it's still like it's a color.
Very good. Very interesting.
Thank you so much for listening.
So we will need you so often in the future, because we're going to speak about Egypt and ancient Egypt nearly in every lesson in the future, because most of the novel takes place in Egypt. And
I'll study from now till that time.
Good.
Thank you so much. I'll try to study.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Nice.
Thank
Great.
you for listening to all. Thank you.
So find a word in the text that means the place to which one's spirit descends upon death, conceived as below the surface of the earth.
Netherworld. The netherworld, right?
The netherworld. Very good. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
It is, yes. The netherworld is the place for in ancient Egypt, the place when people dies, their souls go to the netherworld, and it is seen as below the surface of the earth. And Osiris is the god of that world, of the netherworld, of the afterlife, maybe. Find another word in the text that means a dead body.
A corpse.
Corpse.
A corpse. Very good. A corpse or a dead body. It says here that every night reunites with his corpse. Now, a word that means the dead.
Deceased.
Deceased.
That's, yeah, deceased. The deceased. I guess in Australia, you pronounce it deceased. Maybe Frida can help us.
Yes.
Right, with Z, deceased, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to add here that the word deceased or dead, they are adjectives, and that in English we can use the with an adjective to take, I mean, to take the role of a plural noun. When I say the dead, means the dead people, or the injured, means the injured people. So it's a plural. It should be a plural noun. Yes, please. I see someone wants to say something. No? Okay. So the netherworld, corpse, and the deceased. Now, what about this picture here, this document? Can you find out the name of this document from the text?
The book of going forth by day.
Okay, that's right. The book of going forth by day, but there is another name just before that. So it has two names actually.
Book of the Dead.
The book
of the Dead.
The book of deed of dead.
The book of the dead, yes. So it's the book of the dead, or as Amanza said, it's also the book of going forth by day. It says here that even people who don't know much about Egyptology have heard of the Book of the Dead, or as ancient Egyptians called it, the Book of Going Forth by Day. And again, and this is the book I told you I'm going to see how to share it with you on Discord maybe, or on WhatsApp. I see with James how to do that. It's a book written about the Book of the Dead. Right. But what's the Book of the Dead? Is it a book? From the text, of course.
It's a book of spells, right?
Yeah, it's a collection of spells. Very good. It's a collection of spells. What are these spells for? Or what were they for?
Help the diseased.
Yes. Yeah. Help them to do what?
To get away from afterlife. To go to afterlife.
To go to the afterlife. You can see here that for ancient Egyptians, death is not the end of life, but it is the beginning of another life. And the dead that need some spells to help them reach the afterlife safely, not to get lost somehow in between. This is very important for our novel. Actually, the title of the novel is The Book of Two Ways. And the Book of Two Ways is also like the Book of the Dead, or the Book of Going Forth by Day is actually, it's not a book, it's just a map that shows, like, it's like giving guidance to the dead person to see, it's like a GPS map, let's say, okay, to see how to reach the afterlife safely and not to get trapped or lost in between. Right. Our last activity for this passage, again, more words. Find in the text a word that means word is supposed to have magical powers.
Spells.
Spells, very good. Spells. Do you guys have in your cultures spells? Word that you say, maybe, or people say? Okay, let's finish the list because we still need some other words. Then we can discuss if we have spells in our culture. Find a word, actually an adjective in the text for related to funeral.
Funerary.
This
Funerary.
is
Yeah,
oh,
funerary.
funerary.
Word is to be
Funerary.
spoken. Yeah, funerary or funerary. Yes.
Funeral.
It's adjective from funeral. A verb now, to avoid or to prevent something or to send away something.
Word of.
Word of. Very good. It says here that
Word of.
spells to ward off evil creatures. Words to be spoken at funerary rituals by the dead king's son, and instructions for the deceased to reach the next world. Then the last word here, the picture, you can see the picture is a rectangular closed box in which the body of a dead person is placed for burial, is placed. I forgot the D.
That's coffin.
A coffin, very good. Right, a coffin, that's in Egypt. Okay, so spells to ward of evil creatures. Words with magical powers. Do you have word spells in your cultures? Is this common in your cultures?
Yes.
Frida, what would you like to tell us about spells in, I mean, I guess for you, you're open to 2 or 3 different cultures, I guess. So what would you like to share with us about spells?
Ari, pick me up.
Okay, so, okay, if you don't have something to say, it's fine. Ari, maybe, or I see we have a lot of people from Asia and Africa, and I guess cultures that are rich in spells.
I know.
Yeah, Mons, go ahead.
Yeah, I read the Muslim book, right? The Quran.
Yeah, the Quran.
Yeah, it says, yeah, they throw their tree wizard. They throw off their staff, and then it turns to a snake in Egypt, right? They throw their staff. It turns to a magic snake.
Amans, would you please say that again? I'm afraid I didn't get it.
Yeah, I read in the Quran,
yes,
and there's a story in Egypt, right? A tree wizard. They throw their staff, the staff that they're holding, and it turns into a snake.
Oh, it turns into a snake. Yeah, of course, yes. In Quran,
Musa.
let me see.
Musa, the story of Musa.
Prophet Musa.
Yeah, Moses, yes, that's right. That Moses, when God sent Moses to Pharaoh, so that to convince him to let him take the Jews from Egypt to Palestine, to convince him that he was a prophet, God gave him at least 2 miracles. One of them is the ability to turn his stick into a snake. And the second one is that he turns his arm white. Because because Egyptians were best known for magic. They were known as the masters of magic. So God wanted to challenge them in magic, the best thing they are good at. Like in Quran, for example, for Muslims, for the Arabs were best known for the Arab language, for poetry, and they used to highlight poetry a lot. And they used that for the best poems used to be pinned on the walls of Kaaba, of the holy house in Mecca. That's before Islam, of course. So when Quran came, it was like a miracle to challenge the Arabs who were really good at poetry and so on. And he couldn't come up with even one surah like Quran. So it was like a challenge and to prove to them that this is the work of God. But again, we now use a lot of ayahs from Quran, let's say, to word of evil.
How
Right, yeah.
then we don't really hear the H.
I'm sorry, is that Christina? Who's been speaking? Is that Krismaru?
Yeah.
Krismaru, would you please say that again? Because I didn't. Krismaru?
I am saying in our culture, Islam, when we say A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, it's like to. You can hear me, no?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
When you say A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim or Masha Allah, it is the to avoid the devil and to hope good things in the future.
Yeah, exactly. That's a kind of, we use them as a kind of spells to ward off, to avoid evil. When you say A'udhu, A'udhu in Arabic actually means I pray God to protect me from evil.
Yeah, this is
right, or from the devil. Yeah, that's right. That's it. I mean, yes, please. Anyone else would like to say something? We still have maybe a couple of minutes.
May I say something?
Yes, so please.
Yeah, because they're believing in that they have another life after death. Okay, they kept everything in their lives about women. Sorry, kept everything they belongs to them.
Treasures.
Treasure, clothes, everything. It's a place to. When they come back, they found it as it. They thought like this. A lot of jewelry is stolen and censure about all these censures and something like this. Yeah, everything about their kings and the queens. They're put it in pyramids, but about people, common people. They kept it in their houses or put it in somewhere. Because of that, they have a lot of treasures, Pharaoh's treasures. Yeah, because all of that, because they believe that they will have another life.
Another life, exactly. Yeah. Right. Maybe one more question. I think it's interesting. Now that we're talking about ancient Egypt, that was 5,000 years ago to maybe 4,000 or 3,000 years ago. No. So, do you think that religion and the religious ideas have changed a lot, or do you think that it is still related, or the ideas are very related? 5 years later.
In their in Egyptian lives or ancient Egyptian?
I mean, if we compare Egyptian religion to any other religion now, to Christianity, to Islam, to maybe Buddhism, to other religions, modern religions.
Yeah. In Egypt, we have just two religions. Islam and Muslims and Christian people just in Egypt, just here in Egypt, and we live with each other. The religion is the main thing in the Egyptians' life. It controls them. Yeah, they belongs to everything about their religions, about even Muslims or Christian.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sue. That was very great. Thank you very much, everybody. That's the end of the session.
See you next week. Right. Back to you,
Thank you.
James.
Thank you,
Ahmed.
Mr. Mukhtar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukhtar. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you,
Mukhtar.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm James. I'm the head teacher of James Green's English classroom, and we have a board of directors meeting right now. It's not an English class. It's a meeting for our organization. You're welcome to stay. If you'd like to stay, I ask, please just watch, listen silently for the first 1 hour. We have a section afterwards for 30 minutes. I'll invite you all in and we can talk. You can talk with me and the other members of the board of directors, and we can talk about whatever you'd like related to the organization. But right now, we're just having a focused meeting. It's a meeting that happens every week at this time, and we're going to work on the business of organizing our group. So, members of the board of directors, I'm going to just name them and see if they're here. So Claudette, welcome, hi. Ahmed, hello. Mukhtar, hello. Nelly, hello. Fatima, hi. And Mohammed Ijbara, I see you, great. Okay, so all our board members are here, and we have an agenda that our secretary on the board, Mohammed Ijbara, put together for us in Discord in the channel for Board of Directors agenda. Thank you very much. And well, I'd like to just check if there's any other items that people would like to add to the agenda that are not there. That's certainly an option. And if so, no need to bring it in by voice, just bring it into Discord in the board of directors channel, and Mohammed will add it to the agenda. I'm gonna go, well, I'm not gonna read them off because that's just, I think that's not the greatest use of our time. I'm just gonna start the meeting. The way we work is very similar to how I teach my English classes. Just join on what we have in common, play to integrate our differences for the purpose of organizing the group, not for the purpose of learning English. And so if you'd like to bring an agenda item, whichever item you'd like to bring, please feel free to do that. Who'd like to begin?
This is Nelly from Germany. And I'd like to bring a new item, which is private conversations between board members or in general about topics concerning the group.
Great. And you'd like to add that to the agenda, or you'd like to begin speaking about that?
I'd like to start speaking about it.
Okay.
So I've received private messages from Ahmed and from Claudette regarding some questions about doing things for the group, and I feel annoyed about that. Mm-hmm. And I've heard I've listened to some of the YouTube meeting, the 13 UTC call, and I've heard that I've seen that this communication doesn't even really support our work. Misunderstandings arise, and I really just don't like it. And I think I'm a bit too polite, and I also think, or too much in a caretaker role. I want to help somebody who seems in distress, and I don't want. I also get annoyed by having to say don't want private conversations for 10 times or 20 times or 100 times, always again and again, and it never gets to the point. So yeah, I want to bring that in. And yeah.
Would it be all right if I put some of this into context for people, Nellie? So people might wonder, what the hell are you talking about? Why wouldn't you have private messages, right? Because it's a pretty standard norm. People, you know, in our digital age, a lot of private messages going on. And I recommend that people bring their work into the group as a whole rather than in private. And one of the responsibilities I see in my role as head teacher or as group leader is to create the boundaries of the group. Because if there's no boundary to the group, there's no group. The whole thing that makes a group is to have the part which is the group and the part which isn't the group. So in doing that, in trying to create a boundary for a group that is very open, right? We basically say, anybody, just come on in, just, you know, come onto the Zoom call, come into the Discord, come, you know, just people all the time are kind of coming in. It's a very porous group. There's a lot of holes in the group. And one of the ways I try to create a boundary is I'm just gonna, Fatima, we have some feedback. I'm gonna mute you, Fatima. Yeah. One of the ways I try to create a boundary is to say, let's talk here, rather than having our work and energy go into these other places. So you might have feelings and thoughts about that. Some people probably find it's unfamiliar and maybe even inconvenient. In some ways it is inconvenient to personal preferences, right? For example, as a teacher, I can certainly understand why a student of mine doesn't want to be in a WhatsApp group competing with 500 other people to have a conversation with me. I get it. It would be much easier for that person personally to just have a one-on-one conversation with me. But in my role as a teacher in the group, where I'm not just thinking about that one person, I'm also thinking about the other people, it doesn't make sense for me to have that conversation one-on-one. So again, it's an issue of role, what our roles are, and what it means to be a member on the board. What does it mean? Is it most useful to have that one-on-one conversation in private, or would it be to the board's advantage to have a conversation where we can all participate in answering questions and knowing what the issues are, etc. So that's a little bit of how I contextualize Nellie's frustration. And back to you, if you want to summarize Nellie, that would be a great place to start, I think.
This is Ahmed. Actually, now I'm feeling really frustrated, you know, because I don't know. We put here something like that, maybe the complex boundaries. Nearly speaking about that private conversation, that is not private conversation. Something I wanted to check something relevant with a process with a coordination teacher. Actually, I don't know. I think I know that the Discord consider the formal channel to connect it. Actually, I using that. I use the Discord for the connect with the Nelly, something relevant with the teacher coordination and the relevant anything relevant with this group. But sometimes I working in the field, you know, in the camp, the Discord required to strong internet. I am that is very necessary to send maybe the message in the WhatsApp. That is not. I don't know, what's the problem if I send the message relevant with the coordination teacher in the WhatsApp or the Nelly or the Claudette or the Mukhtar? Yeah, I don't know. I am very So don't working in this complex environment. I don't comfortable working in this environment. If I wanted to connect with the Nelly, I calling Nelly. Nelly, I wanted to maybe I am not available now. I am not help the teachers to co-hosting. That is very normal. I am don't make something the fluidity on the private conversation.
Yeah.
Just
Ahmed, can I summarize you?
Yes.
I'd also like to summarize you. Can I try?
Go ahead.
Yes.
Ahmed, I hear that the conversation you're bringing to me, that's not private conversation. It's always, is on the purpose of the group. And the reason you choose WhatsApp instead of Discord is because sometimes your internet is weak in the place where you are in this moment. And then it's not possible for you to use Discord. And instead you need to use WhatsApp.
Yes, exactly. That's my point. Just because you WhatsApp, you don't, here in my country, the internet is very bad. If I am in home, internet is I open the Zoom on the Wi-Fi. But if you are working in the field, I don't have the strong. That is very necessary to connect with the Nelly. Just I send the message on the WhatsApp. That's all. That's everything. If the Nelly is very not comfortable to connect with in the WhatsApp, I am paused. I don't say anything about the board of director in the WhatsApp. That's my private opinion.
So the last part is or did I miss something in my summary?
I would get the last thing he said.
Yeah, please.
No, it was Nelly. I would try if you can summarize what he just said.
I hear again that when you are outside in the field work, your internet is not good, and then there's something important in the group going on, something about coordination, something that changes and needs a quick response, and then that's when you used WhatsApp.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Okay, this is Claudette from Mexico, and I totally agree with Ahmed. And because you mentioned me also, right, Nelly? Am I right? Yes. Okay, and that happens exactly the same to me. So I found really easy the fast communication because it's something that is going on in the Zoom meeting. So, and because you were hosting and then I was co-hosting, and I think my last conversation with you in private was me and Fatima, that we were having a Zoom meeting. And then we saw something like a troll or something, and I wanted to be aware because, as you know, I am not very good in tech support, but I am willing to get control on that. And even in Fatima and I, we didn't get in any conversation, but we were not accepting that and say, well, I think we did a very good work. Okay, back to the group.
Claudette, I'd like to summarize you as well. So you're also saying that the reason you sent private messages is not the private reason, but a reason that is business of the group. And also it was important to you to quickly access me in a space where that would catch my attention, so we are able to make a good decision. And that the last conversation where this happened was where some trolls were probably attacking the group, and you and Fatime were working as hosts, and you wanted to just have more input from me as well. Is that right?
Totally agree. Yeah, you were right, Nelly. Thank you.
So I'd like to say something as well. I completely agree. You were not at all bothering me with anything private. It was really about the work in the group. It wasn't visible to the board of directors, to everyone who's or maybe the whole group. It was just this private conversation. And I also have my field work and my bad internet. I have also my challenges. I'm sometimes with my son, and if I play audio or if I take on a voice call on WhatsApp, that really creates a problem for me, because then my son starts throwing sharp objects at me or something like that, or screaming or whatever, because I need to be with him. And yeah, maybe I can read a message on Discord, but I can't really give my full attention to something. So I want to, for my work as board of director, I need to have a space where I can take in important messages as text messages. And I have an idea what we could do. We could create a WhatsApp group for the board of directors and maybe everyone
Nelly?
else.
You're jumping to a solutions. I want to point that out. Discussing it and having, joining on the frustration and coming up with a solution, different mode completely. You might bring in a presentation. I just wanted to bookmark that.
Yeah. So yeah, I see the frustration and challenge that Ahmed and Claudette have, and I have my own with my son, my family, my situation. And I want to move on to propose a solution to have a WhatsApp group where we can have group conversations about important matters, where only the board of directors are admins and can speak, for example, something like that. I would like that. And I'm giving it back to the group.
This is Ahmed. For me, I agree with Nelly.
This is Muhammad. Am I audible, guys?
Yeah.
All right. I'm totally with the idea of creating a WhatsApp group for the board of directors. We've discussed it last week, and we need it. Anyway, sometimes when I have a bad connection, I can't join Discord, and it's easier to join WhatsApp because it doesn't consume much data. Back to you.
Did we discuss that last week? Because if we did, it totally slipped my mind. Oh, okay.
Sure, we did. We discussed two options: creating a voice channel on Discord or WhatsApp group for the board of directors for general observance. I remember that well. Back to you.
I have one more thing. The latest situation with the misunderstanding between Ahmed and me, that happened where really all text spaces were closed down. And that's something, maybe another frustration to add, where James as group leader took care of his own needs to rest, but he did shut down the board of directors, and that had an impact. We were kind of pushed into discussing the important things in private.
No. Can I just make a clarification?
Sure.
I didn't do the closings as in my role as did you say head teacher? I just did it in my role as space master, because I don't see it as the same thing. It's being the person who hosts the spaces, but maybe that's irrelevant. Maybe that's not important. So let me see if I can get you. No, actually, maybe I just interrupted you. Would you like to continue? Did I interrupt you? Would you like to continue?
I would like to say that I said group leader and not head teacher.
Okay.
And I would be happy if you would summarize me, or someone else would.
Yeah, I'll summarize you. So you're frustrated that I closed all the spaces in the group to talk, including the board of directors channel. And that forced you to have conversations outside of the group spaces.
No, it didn't force me, but it created a strong motivation. It was hard to contain.
It was, yeah, it didn't force you, but it created a very strong motivation to have something go on, to communicate outside of the group.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's understandable. However, it's also true that we have a 24/7 group. And sometimes groups only have a 1 hour a week group. And if you have a 1 hour a week group, it doesn't, that, you know, then all of the work and energy to talk about things gets contained into that 1 hour. So just realize that when we have a 24-hour, right? I didn't know, I closed those spaces for maybe 5 hours. Is it possible that for those 5 hours you move the you contain the communication and then bring it in at the end? Yeah, you go ahead. Maybe not. Maybe it's important to the group to have 24/7 communications.
I don't think actually that it's really important to have all this time, the 24/7. I think the important thing is to that the group has learned that there will be some pauses, and that it's a habit of the group to have those pauses, and that there's a process, a ritual to initiate the pause, and that everyone is kind of, it's not such a alien thing that happens suddenly to the group, which creates so much turbulence. Then I think it's complete. It would be fine to just open the group for 1 hour a day, I think, if the group's used to that. But yeah, that's my
So
point.
not having a plan, not being informed ahead of time, and not talking about it created turbulence. But you think that if we talked about it and decided to close the group even for 23 hours a day, that could be acceptable. Okay. Say anyone else?
Anyone else?
This is Muhammad from Palestine. Yeah, I'm with the idea of discussing closing any platform, especially the board of directors related channels, before doing it, because we can be notified and we can accustom ourselves to it. Back to you.
Is anybody else frustrated with me for closing the board of directors channel?
Yes, I feeling with that. Frustrated to the close the board of director. Rather than, sorry, the technical channel also.
And for closing the tech group channel.
Anyone else?
This is Claudette from Mexico. Sometimes that happens about, I mentioned last week about that we need just to, like, there were many spaces and many channels and many things. So what I agree with James, like sometimes we need just a moment to have the stop. And I find useful that they were closed in many channels, because that's the way I can follow the lead and restart, because I was jumping from one place and the other and I was disconnected. I was not centered in my way to work with the group. So it was very useful and I found really interesting that part. Back to the group.
Different subgroup. So there's some satisfaction and dissatisfaction with my choice to close the group for channels for 5 hours or a day. Where would you like to go? Would you like? I'm with Claudette. I found it to be really useful to me to close the text spaces for 5 hours. And then after, it was really easy for me to come back and say, yeah, I can easily open them.
I'm getting extra energy about after 12 o'clock, my PM, like 1, 2, 3 in the morning to be reading about what's going on. And sometimes I say, no, okay, I cannot do it anymore. Yeah. So, but it was useful to get the stop so I can start like getting the lead again and be working in that path, not to have this jumping from one and the other because it was so much and I couldn't follow the lead. And even if I wanted, I say, oh my God, where am I going to start just to get a comment or to did something, well, do something positive in this time for 1 hour and a half. So I find really fascinating about this part that I hope it can improve a lot for other members and also for the board of directors. And just to restart, it's like when you have the computer and then you press, let's restart again. And it's very useful for me. It's great. Thank you. Back to the group.
Great. And we can have different experiences. I don't want to dismiss that there is value in having some ability to know what's going on rather than to have things just thrown on the board and be asked to just deal with it. Like Ahmed was saying, to have discussion before it happens, Ahmed and Mohammed, a discussion before it happens and some forewarning. I would say that is a regret. I would rather have found a way to create some plan to do it. It felt like it was an emergency at the time. And when I look back on it a day later, I think, oh, no, it doesn't seem like the same emergency. Back to you.
I would also like to join the appreciation subgroup. I see a lot of value in reducing the information that is coming into the group spaces in order to make it possible for me to follow the conversations or a bigger part of the information that's coming in. Yeah, I was enjoying to catch up with some of the. I've read the Joining Game channel on Discord. I've read. I've watched part of the YouTube videos, today's YouTube video, and yeah, if there's too much other information coming in, I can't do that. And I really love taking in information in this structured way where people summarize and join or ask to bring differences. That's very healthy way of taking in information for me, and I appreciate it.
Anything more on this topic of the closings and private conversations? Are we ready to move on to a new agenda item?
Ready to move on.
Voice for the group? Okay, go ahead. what would you like to bring in next?
This is Muhammad. I'd like to bring item number 5, policy that teachers can teach more than one class per week if they are substituting for a fellow teacher who had to cancel their class, less than a week in advance. I think this is a good idea, as sometimes it happens when a teacher cancels their classes and they have a colleague who can substitute them or cover their class. But then why not, in this case, let the teacher teach 2 classes? It's an exceptional case and it's okay, I feel. Back to you.
Yeah, I agree. And it's because for me, it's really important that the students also make sure that they can participate. Maybe they need to get a babysitter or they need to take holiday or whatever. And then they want to participate in class and the teacher is not showing up. That's something bad. And maybe it's true for 10 students or learners. And so it's really frustrating. We are creating a lot of frustration if we can't keep our scheduled classes. And so, and I think, yeah, even if it's just one class, it's just happening occasionally, I think that's manageable. Back to the group.
Yeah, so for me, it relates. So I agree. And the reason I agree is it relates to the reason for limiting the amount of classes that a teacher teaches a week, which is to create some stability. Because I think if we as a group start offering too much, it's the chances of us cutting back are high. Whereas if we start small and steady, it's easier to be reliable. And so having somebody come in and replace, substitute for someone who can't be there, again, it's really to strengthen our ability to be reliable, to offer a reliable schedule.
I like that idea. I agree with Nelly and Mohammed.
Okay. So it sounds like anything else on that, or we have?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm also thinking of maybe as a teacher of really starting a conversation with other teachers, and as board of director member, inviting teachers to do that, to find out who else is available at the time where I teach my classes and who else might be a substitute for me. Because I don't know if if my son gets sick or whatever. I mean, I try to be really, really reliable with showing up for my classes, but I realized that I can't really know. And I think it wouldn't hurt to be aware of who might be available. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, Ahmed.
Yes, actually, that's this point is very important, relevant with the teacher coordination issue. Sometimes, maybe some teacher I connected with them and nearly connected with other thems. We might be have something like the complex task. If any teacher wanted to cancel her or his class, maybe I connected with him nearly rather than connected with him. That's created something the complex. I invited Nelly. That's give me this task to connect it with the old teacher, or he take this task. So because that is very sensitive work. If I connect with him nearly rather than connected with him, maybe that created some confused. So I wanted to connect with the teacher, or nearly connected with the old teacher, not just some teacher I connected with him and rather than nearly connected with another part of the teacher. That's my point with that.
Ahmed, I didn't quite follow. For the first half, I think I got is that it would be confusing to step on each other's toes about who is connecting to which teacher. And so, but then you said you'd like Nellie or one of the teacher coordinators to be in contact with all of the teachers or none?
Yes, exactly. That's my point. I wanted to connect with all the teacher, focusing on the orientation from Nelly. That's process. Nelly connected with me, and I connected with the old teacher. Not I connected the some part, and then Nelly connected with the another part from the teacher. That's.
Do you mean that you so that like if you're bringing in a teacher named Mark, that you go with them from the beginning of them coming in to the end of them coming in, the whole process?
Yes, the process, that's me. Orientation from Nelly for me, to me, rather than I connected with the older teacher or Nelly connected.
I'm not able to follow you because I don't know what it has to do with Nelly.
I think I got it. Can I try?
Go ahead.
Try.
Ahmed, I think you are saying that you want to be the person who talks to teachers, or either you are the person who speaks with teachers and asks them, are you ready? And everything, or I am that person, but not me speaking with some and you speaking with some. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. This is my point. Focusing on your orientation to talk with the teacher.
I'm not following.
Yes. Let me clarify something. So if you have maybe the Rosa class, I connected with the Rosie, okay? Nelly told me to connect with her. I connect with the Rosie.
I've already lost you. Sorry, Ahmed. That was too complicated for me. Let me see if I got it. So we have a teacher in the group named Rosie, for example, who's teaching a class.
Yes.
That I got.
Yes.
Next.
If I want to connect with her, Kelly told me I connect with the Rosie teacher.
No. I can't follow that.
It's very clear. I don't know.
I can understand.
Yes.
See, this is the thing. Why are you connecting with Rosie? She's already a teacher in the group.
For example, I connected with all teachers.
Why are you connecting with all teachers at all?
Because sometimes if you asked me, Ahmed, do you have the introductions about the, for example, some
Ahmed?
teacher, ex-teacher?
Okay, yeah, I might ask you if you have information about a teacher. Yeah.
No, introductions about, for example,
introduction,
teacher.
Sure, yeah.
Yes. My answer for you, I don't know, because Nelly connected with the, for example, Rosa teacher, for example,
No.
So if you.
No. And this is exactly why I suggest doing it in the group space, because then I don't have to go through a maze of figuring out what communications happened in private. I can just go to the teacher space. If I'm about to teach a class, if I'm about to host a class for Rosie, I go to the teacher introductions and I see, is Rosie's introduction there? No, it's not there. Very simple solution. I go to the teachers group or the new teachers channel and I say, hey, Rosie, can you give us an introduction? That's it. That's all I have to do. I don't have to go to Nellie and say, Nellie, I have a question for you. Did you talk to her? That's insanity. That's why I said the only thing that I'd like to do is with the teacher coordinators, let's bring people into Discord. And I think that's part of the agenda item, which is asking teachers to come into Discord. Then we don't have to say, well, I'm the only teacher coordinator working with Rosie and I've done these. We don't have to, we can just look at the channel and see what is done and what's not done. And then if it's not done, we do it.
Okay. That's my suggestion.
Well, I would like to be heard for what my suggestion is.
Yes, exactly. I hear you.
What is it, Ahmed? What did I say?
Okay, don't worry. Just
I am very worried. soon as somebody says don't worry, my worry goes through the roof.
No, don't worry, don't worry.
Oh, it's going higher.
Actually, I work with you maybe the 3 months. Don't worry for about me.
Yeah,
I understand.
There are other teachers in the group I worked with for 3 months, and then one day they told me in private, go to hell, and I never talked to them again. So I am very worried.
Okay.
Ahmed, what did I say?
Maybe
no, it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to tell me what I said, but I don't think we're on the same page. I don't think we're working on the same page.
Okay.
It's my mind read. My mind read is you don't give a damn that I would like to work inside the group. Is that true?
No. Oh.
Yes, anyone else?
Okay, I want to clarify a little bit. Okay, I'm going to be like, imagine that I am in the Zoom meeting and I'm the co-hosting, but there is a teacher that didn't come at the right time and is canceled. I realized that the teacher canceled. So I am lost in that part because we were following that, and there was a substitute teacher that they were going to, Mohammed, bring it that we can replace the other teacher for the other teacher, and I got lost there. I don't understand that part. So
yeah, I think that no, I can't, because I think the group that's like a leading edge of work on the within the group around substituting. I mean, as soon as you said that, I think that makes sense. Like, what? Okay, if the teacher didn't come, is there a central place to go to find out like what's going on somehow? I don't want to go to creating a new channel, because that actually may create more complications. I think sometimes we have a redundancy problem with some of the channels we have can be just consolidated into one channel. But the thing about having a substitute teacher is, by definition, we're not doing it a week in advance. So it might be a last minute thing. And since it's a last minute thing, where are we going for that last minute information? Teacher scheduling? And you're talking about in your role as co-host, right? You're a co-host.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so hopefully as a co-host, you would do it in advance, like an hour before. I mean, we're not, I think we might want to create a standard, in terms of substituting, like it's okay to get a substitute up until a certain point. And then after that point, we say, no, it's too late to even find a substitute and try to organize it. We're just accepting there's no teacher and we're canceling that class.
May I say something? Okay.
Yeah, I think Nelly wants to say something too, but go ahead.
Okay, yes, okay. I want just to say in advance, like 1 week, Nelly, you can count with me 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Okay, and I'm going to be the co-hosting. Okay, and so everybody about the board of directors, I think that is very helpful for you. That says, okay, teacher Claudette is going to be there at 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock. So you can count with me. So you feel like relief. Okay, if I'm not going to be Nelly, I'm not going to be there. The teacher Claudette is going to be there. Yes. So I think it's very helpful, because I also, I can feel like they are counting with me and I feel the responsibility, and you feel relief because.
Claudette, I'm sorry, but I'm not following. Can you just help me to understand that example a little bit better? In this example, you're a teacher and Nelly's the host?
No. Okay, the co-hosting. Okay, co-hosting. I'm just talking about the co-hosting. Like,
I think I can summarize you, Claudette. Can I try?
Please?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So, Claudette, you said you will try to offer co-hosting services to the group, and you have a 2-hour boundary each day where you are available, and you think it's gonna be a help for us because we can know, you're available at that time, and we can.
Yes, for 1 week, I said I'm going to be free, and you can count from me 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock. Okay, so you know that I'm going to be there for sure, but I'm going to tell you in advance.
You would make a plan for 1 week in advance that you are available at a certain time. And
yeah, and then you can feel relief, like says, I have a co-hosting there or a host there for the classes. So I think it's helpful for you. Does it work, Nelly?
Can I speak for myself now?
Yeah, please.
Okay. That's about how James started out saying. He gave me a time. At those times I'm available to co-host, and then someday, after hosting 1 million teachers around the clock, he just dropped the towel and he said, no, I'm not interested in hosting any other teacher. And I had told every teacher, yeah, we have a co-host here and he will help you. But suddenly we didn't have anymore. And that was stressful. So I actually am not enthusiastic about you saying, oh, I'm gonna take on a big amount of co-hosting, because yeah, it easily gets, it's nice to offer something and everyone liking you for it, or even because you want to support the group and do something you like, but it's hard to
talk to
really
the whole group.
assess.
Talk to the whole group.
Yeah, it's hard to assess if what I'm doing is too much for me, actually. And it's hard, it's easy to just drop the towel and yeah, from one day to the next,
you want
Nelly, be available at all.
You'd like people to be, if they say they're going to be available, you'd like them to commit to being available for a certain amount of time, like a week or a month or something like
I'd
that.
like them to start with a small amount and maybe build from that. Not like
and do you have yeah, you don't like what I did, but do you have an idea of what a in this case what a small amount means? Because I heard Claudette saying something like 2 hours a week. You want something?
No, 2 hours every day a week.
Oh,
That's what I heard.
you say, Claude? Did you say 2 hours a day, Claudette?
Yeah, I say it could be 8 o'clock to 11.
Okay. So
Okay.
I don't know if that's a hypothetical or if you're actually saying you want to be available, but yeah, I could see the 2 hours.
Only for 1 week, okay? Okay, not the whole month, but I can commit and I can feel useful. You know, I just talking about my personal opinion, my personal goal.
So that's something you can negotiate between the two of you, what a reasonable amount of commitment time would be.
I also would like to actually move on from, this is a temporary thing that I'm looking for hosts for classes we have already scheduled. And I really want to get away from that. I want to come to a point where teachers take the main responsibility for hosting their own class and where they figure out how to do that. And I think a great way would be to motivate teachers to support other teachers as co-hosts. And while the other teacher teaches, they can listen a bit to their class, maybe learn a bit about how the other teacher does it or what they like or don't like about it. And in the background, they have ample time to figure out what are the Zoom controls, what do I want to do? And so that's something I would like to initiate in the group.
Nelly, I'm going to summarize you. You'd like there to be more hosting or co-hosting of calls by the teachers themselves, and for the teachers to develop a culture of helping each other to host and co-host their classes.
Yes, even maybe a teacher finding some students who are able to support them, because the students are the persons who really want to be in that class. I really don't want to be. I love the classes. I would love to take part in those classes, but my lifetime is not long enough to take part in all. So I don't want.
So it could be efficient. It could be efficient for the teachers to make more use of the students in their classes, rather than asking people who don't necessarily want to be there to host or co-host. Is not necessary.
Yeah.
And I want to add something to that, if it's okay. So the actual hosting of the Zoom call, which is sometimes means starting up the live stream, is something that can be much more easily done in a few minutes. We don't have to give out the Zoom and YouTube admin logins to all the teachers. We can simply continue to do the hosting and live streaming, and we start up the call and then we pass the host to the teacher. And so hosting really means not starting the call, but just maintaining the call once it's been started. And that is something that I think teachers can do. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to agree with that. I really don't mind starting the YouTube live stream or opening the Zoom room dozens of times each day if it just takes me 5 minutes. What I do mind is sitting for 1 hour until the teacher teaches a beginner's grammar to someone, which just isn't of interest to me. So yeah, I want to avoid that.
Anything else on this topic of hosting?
Nelly, I really appreciate that because you were doing that last 2 weeks that I saw you, that you were opening that one and then you passed it and you did great job. I really appreciate that. I like a lot. I really love it.
I also appreciate people for working as hosts and co-hosts at the times that I'm unavailable and for whatever reason. And I also really like the idea of moving towards having teachers host their own classes. I think it's doable and it's an important skill. I mean, we started off doing it as a kind of service to kind of support teachers coming in, but I think we're realizing actually it is quite a bit of a burden to continue doing that for the teachers, and that we can that it makes sense to invite teachers to be doing more of that for themselves. Okay. Anything next item on the agenda that somebody would like to bring, and then just be aware that we're going to be opening it up to the whole call in 7 minutes.
I think we might not have finished with discussing to require teachers to have their communication
Go
on
ahead.
Discord. I would really I see that if a new teacher arrives and is still doesn't know the group, they might not want to invest a lot of energy to join an unknown platform or speak in public to some group they don't know. That's a high burden, a high bar for a new teacher. But the more I talk in private with teachers, the more I want to have that high bar, because I so often talk with someone and spend a lot of time, quality time, giving them a full attention. And then in the end, they say, oh, I've just realized it's too much work for me. I don't actually want to teach. And I think, yeah, thank you. I can see that. But why was I so stupid to invest all that time for you?
Boomerang, boomerang. That's a boomerang. You're attacking yourself. You're frustrated.
Yeah.
You're not stupid. You're frustrated, and you're learning. You're discovering what is frustrating, and it is frustrating to give all of your time and energy to someone who suddenly says bye. So you are learning how to take care of yourself in your role. And so when somebody comes to you and says, do what I want, do what I want, do what I want, you can say, huh, that's what they want. And they want it really badly. And they're calling me 7 times on WhatsApp. And you can say to yourself, well, actually, that's not what I want. That I have a goal, which is to get teachers into the group, not to personally take care of people who are not yet sure if they want to be a teacher in the group.
Yeah. And I see there's an exception I want to make. There are teachers for whom it's really difficult to use Discord.
We're not talking about the exception. Let's do one
Okay.
thing at a time. It's again back to the question of boundarying. So I am micro delegating some of the boundarying work of the group to the teacher coordinators. That's what's going on, because we have a boundary of the group, and to bring teachers in, we would like to bring outside teachers in. We don't have to do that. We could be getting all the teachers in from inside the group. But if we would like to do this activity of getting teachers from outside, some boundarying work is necessary. So the teacher coordinators, and we can imagine other situations that where boundarying would be necessary. That's all.
Yeah, I would like to stay with that. So I hear that the teacher coordinators are taking some of the same responsibilities that you're holding.
To maintain a boundary from outside the group to inside the group. We are not the only people who do this. If you work for a school, you need to make a decision. Are you doing your teacher preparation at your dinner table with your family while instead of spending time with your family, or are you at your office and saying to your school, hey, there's a boundary. Like, I do my schoolwork here, and then I go home and I have a private life. It's the same challenge here. Are you going to allow yourself to get sucked into doing certain work that is not really effective and it's taking a huge toll on you? Or are you going to bring that work into the group, do your work in the group, and then you say goodbye and have the ability to have a life outside of this group?
Mm-hmm. So the boundarying is about how I spend my time, which times I'm or the teacher coordinator is available for the group or not, and also if they do the work in the group or in their private spaces.
If I'm a manager at a hamburger restaurant, I don't want people coming to my house, banging on my door saying, I want to work at your hamburger restaurant. I want them to go to the hamburger restaurant if they want a job at the hamburger restaurant. And if you want to teach in this group, I'd like you to come to the Discord group. If you don't want to come to the Discord group, that's totally fine. You don't have to work in this group. You don't have to be a teacher in this group.
Yeah. Okay, settled for me. Thank you.
Okay. There's a minute left, but shall we open the group now? Okay, so let's have a larger conversation. Thank you for everyone who's here, been listening patiently to our conversation and our work. Who would like to come in? Everyone here is welcome to do that, to join the conversation. You can continue with another agenda item if you have one and you're on the board, or something else that you'd like to bring in, feel free.
I have another thing. Sorry. Was there
I think actually,
else
Nelly, could you give the group a chance? It's just about maybe to come in, and your voice is very powerful.
All right, this is Mohammed from Palestine. I'd like to talk about something related to the previous one, about hosting. Today, I was supposed to host Rahma and Mukhtar classes, and you were the host, Mr. James. You didn't pass it to me. So yeah, I was prepared for that. And when I say saw you continuing, I just step aside. So in the future, if this thing happen, how would you like me to inform you or notify you? Because I felt a little bit awkward.
Well, what stopped you from using the normal communication channels to inform me?
I don't know, because I was absent. I thought maybe you want this.
You had a mind read that I wanted something else. That's what stopped you from asking for what you wanted.
I was a little bit hesitant. I still don't know. My mind read is that you just forget. You forgot
it. In order to forget something, I'd have to know it in the first place, which I don't think I did. You have a mind read that I knew that you were the host for Rama and Mukhtar. Huh?
No, I have a mind read that you forgot that I am the host.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm following you, but I didn't forget because I never knew that you were the host.
Mm-hmm.
I think, Mohammed, the simple thing is just to ask if you want to be the host. Okay, just ask James. I want to be the host because it's going to be for another teacher's class, right? I did that mistake. Well, it was not a mistake. It was something that I want to figure it out, how it works, because
Claudette,
I was...
Claudette, Claudette.
Can I pass it to you?
Claudette, can you join Mohammed on wanting to bring something into the group and having a reason why you couldn't? I know you can. May I say what you didn't bring in? Yeah, is that all right? Do I have your permission?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So you wondered why I didn't make you an admin in the WhatsApp group.
Oh, it's another thing. That's another thing.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Mohammed wanted to be the host in Zoom and didn't come to me because he had a mind read that I wanted something else. You wanted to be an admin in WhatsApp.
No, I just wanted to know why I was left out.
Yes, and so what stopped you from bringing that into the group?
Okay, because it's not a big deal for me.
It's not a big deal.
But I just wanted to.
It's not a big deal.
But I wanted to know. You know,
not a big deal.
Oh my God.
I can join that. I'm not a host. I'm not an admin in the intermediate WhatsApp group. I was just not naming that because I thought he certainly has a reason for doing that, and it's not important to me.
It's not a big deal. Right?
Not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
but I wanted to be there, yeah. But I wanted to be there. If I am here, I wanted to be there. The same. Oh my God. Okay.
I'm gonna start a T-shirt store pretty soon, and I don't know what the T-shirt is for this one, but it's something like, "It's not a big deal. I just wanted to be an admin in the WhatsApp group," but
exactly.
But because James is Hitler.
I told you that.
So if what I suggest is, if you want something, find a way to bring it in. And I really want to suggest that actually some things, there's nothing too small, because we have an amazing ability to make things which are supposedly small into being really important. So don't put it's a way to put yourself down. You drop yourself. Actually, it's really important to you. And you're not bringing it in, maybe because you have a mind read that it's not important to other people, or it shouldn't be important to you. So when in doubt, treat it like it's important to you.
Well, if I had that kind of doubts or want to get in contact, should I go in Discord? In what channel I should bring it? Because I want to, everybody knows what's going on, right?
Board of Directors channel, James's office, general. I mean, Do you need another channel? There's a lot of places to bring it. I don't know. It's the not having the channel is not the thing that's stopping you. You've got the channels, you know. I'm always amazed at people's ability to come up with excuses for not saying things, you know. So if I have like the group is closed, the group is open all month. If I close the group for 5 minutes, somebody will say, well, I couldn't bring it in. It was closed for 5 minutes. Well, you found the time, you made it so you couldn't bring it in those 5 minutes by not bringing it in the other 29 days. So find a way to bring it in when, you know, where the group has these openings. Bring it into there's plenty of openings. Go ahead, Nelly.
I have one more thing to say about Mohammed. I think that's a bit more grave. If I was planning to really bottom line hosting of a class, and then the group devalues my efforts by not taking up that offer, that would
I'm going to interrupt. I'm going to interrupt that. You're taking on a victim role, and you're encouraging Mohammed to take on a victim role in relation to the group, that the group is not valuing his efforts by acknowledging what he's offered to do, as opposed to he's going to value his own contribution enough to say, I'm the host and I need somebody, James, to give me the host. James, give me the host. Rather than waiting for me to value him or acknowledge him, I want you to have, especially from the board of directors, it's a leadership role. So that amount of self, you know, of taking up the authority to be someone who knows what they're doing and says, I'm doing this, you know, this is what I'm doing, and I need you to do this other thing so I can perform my duty. Rather than staying in the shadows, right? Can somebody tell me what I said?
Mohammed.
Go ahead, Mohammed.
Yeah, I'd like to tell you what you said. You said that you don't want Nelly to play the victim role at first and encourage me to do so. Then you moved to talking about being brave to say that I am the host, give me the host now. Don't want me to wait till you give me the host. Am I right?
Yeah.
All right. Now, what I want to say, I just want a way, because we've talked in the tech channel and Nelly mentioned that in the schedule channel that I am hosting them. Then as a person, I'm not a person that I like to interrupt people. For example, I stop you, James, stop, give me the host, I am the host now. I feel it's awkward. So I expect to understand it, to previously know that I am the host. We need a way to do that. You want me to inform you on your office, for example?
I'm telling you, you don't know what I'm doing. You need to get my attention. You think that I'm sitting here thinking, getting ready to give Mohammed the host. And it's not what I'm doing. And if you want me to remember, I need your support to remember. Especially in this case, you had multiple mind reads. You thought that I knew, and you thought that I forgot. And you think that I'm following everything. The whole reason I'm in asking for people to be boards of director members is so I don't have to follow everything. I'm not following everything. So I know I'm not following the conversations that are happening between you guys in the tech channels and all the teacher channels.
All right.
The way to do it would be to actually tag me if that's important to you, to have that handoff, and you don't want to do it during the class. You got to contact me in my office or in the board of directors and say that, like, James, did you know that I'm going to be hosting after you? So you're going to be passing off to me. And I do that to you when I'm a host and I am leaving and somebody else is hosting. That's why I say to you, hey, Ahmed, are you there? I think that you're going to be hosting next. I'm passing it off to you. I want your acknowledgement before I just do that. And then I leave and you leave and you didn't realize I made you the host and then nobody's hosting. I need the pass off. I need that like confirmation pass off to confirm that we're on the same page and that we're following, you know, our plan. Go ahead, Nellie.
I still see, like, I think I'm in the same boat as Mohammed in wanting you to be aware of who is hosting a class. So you are, I want James to know who is hosting and who is not hosting, and to get that information somewhere. I don't want to use James' office or something because it's something that happens all the time. Somebody else is host and they commit to that, they bottom line that, that's an effort they give to the group. And I want James to get that information and know he can go away now. He can even plan with that time to be absent. So I think that it devalues it if James doesn't take in that information. It devalues the group, our work in the group still. And that's why I want you to pick it from the schedule or whatever, or we find another way. But yeah, you're off duty, to know when you're on duty and when you're off duty. I mean, the default is you're off. I've now, as teacher coordinator, I've chosen to put you off duty for any class that's not your own. So
no,
it should be evident.
You want me to take in some information. Can you take in that I'm telling you no? Mohammed is telling me that he wants me to track what he's doing, but he's not willing to just say it to me when he wants it. And I'm telling you, no.
Is there something?
No.
All right.
You want me to do something that you're not willing to do. I'm asking you, if you want something from me, I'm simply asking you to ask me for it. And you're asking me to take a roundabout route and to find out from other channels or some other way, from the plan, and to know about it. And I'm telling you, I'm happy to do that sometimes, but I'm not always able to do that. And if I miss it, I'd like you to tell me directly. And you're telling me you don't want to tell me directly. And so I'm telling you, that's fine. You don't have to tell me directly. I won't know about it.
James, you don't want to keep track of anything more than what you're doing right now?
It's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I keep track of as much as I'm able to. And I'm telling you, there are things that I do not track and cannot track. And I hear that you would like me to track more. And I'm telling you, the reality is no, that I have a limit to what I can track. And there are times when either I don't want to track something or I want to and I'm unable to. And I'm asking you to support me when I'm not tracking things by saying, hey, James, I think you're tracking this thing, but I know maybe you're not. So let me check with you to make sure you're tracking it. And you're telling me, no, you don't want to do that. And I'm telling you, well, in that case, my tracking ability is going to drop. And what you want to get is going to disappear because I'm telling you I'm unable to.
I could summarize you, but Christina is also raising their hand.
Go ahead, Christina.
May I? I know it's sure. We're watching, far away of your, it's interesting nicely, by the way. Brainstorming. And I think, Nelly, that I think that everyone, guys, you need to give this, the floor. People have to have the say. I mean, otherwise, you need to have the same priority of speaking in this room. I think it's people who are intervening a lot, and then on the other hand, people who are not speaking, zero. So, and I will rephrase it. So, from my according to my understanding, I guess that James needs just only people who's just accountable and responsible for their duties, nothing
That's
more.
a mind read that you have of me.
Because
would you now? No, because would you check it with me?
I didn't follow you.
You have a mind read that I only need people who are accountable and responsible.
I think yes.
Would you check that with me?
And which way?
Ask me if it's true. Say, James, is it true?
Yes. Is it true?
No, it's not true. It's not true. Do you believe me?
Yeah, to some extent.
To what extent?
Yes.
What percent? What percent extent?
You're asking me exactly percentage.
No, you could give
67%.
You believe me, 67%.
Yeah, yeah, no more. And I know why.
I'm sure you know why, but that's not what I'm asking you. Do you want to live in the 67% or in the 33%? Do you want to live in do you want to live in the part of you that believes me or the part of you that is skeptical?
I would try to be, maybe 33% skeptical.
That's okay. Yeah. You'd like to live in the part that is skeptical, the part that doesn't believe me. Concerning the question and yes.
That you are looking for accountable, responsible.
Christina.
Yeah. Oh.
You don't believe me?
No, I'm a dazzling personality. But if you're asking me, Chris, do you believe me or not? I'm saying 33% skeptical, and 67% I do believe you.
And
not necessarily they're always looking for a responsible personality.
Christina, there's two parts of you, right? Could you do one part at a time? Could you give?
Let's start for 33%.
Yeah. So, what's it like to not believe me when I tell you I can work with people who are not dependable and reliable? And then I'm happy to have people to work with people who are not so dependable.
Mm.
And you don't believe me. What's it like not to believe me?
If you don't mind, give me the reason. Why?
No.
I mean, my shareholder asking me why all the time. And I have to be capable of being, very quick. Responding to him very quickly. Why?
No, you don't. Would you slow down, Christina? Would you slow down a bit? Christina, I love Italian architecture, but I'd love more to see you. Any chance you can turn your camera on?
Oh my gosh, I'm still working, if you don't mind. I'm just while I've been listening, but I'm still working in my office.
Okay.
On Sunday, I'm not working afternoon.
So.
Sorry, I beg your pardon, Saturday afternoon.
Yeah. So, Christina, you don't believe me.
Yeah, well, I said 32% now.
Yeah. There's a part of you that thinks I'm a big fat liar. That I'm
please, you need to convince me. Please convince me.
Yeah, I know. You'd like really for me to chase you down.
Yeah, you need to, convince me that you are really.
You'd like me to maybe to beat the belief into you with my with my superior intellect.
I mean, everyone for perfection. Everyone.
Christina, I'm afraid to again be the bearer of bad news, but it has nothing to do with me convincing you about anything. You are already doing a wonderful job convincing yourself that you don't believe me, and I don't want to compete with that part of you.
No, I don't want to understand exactly.
I know you
No,
don't want to
what
understand.
you exactly believe or not believing.
Yeah,
I do believe in serious people and people who are looking for professionals, for expert, for people who are really professional in their business. And no one are looking for people who are not accountable and responsible for their duties.
It's unimaginable.
Yeah, but no one, I have never seen this kind of, the version of people, this kind of,
He says he's doing it, but I don't believe him because it doesn't make any sense. Why would he want troublemakers, irresponsible people? Why would he want to pay people? They're not even doing their jobs. It doesn't make any sense.
Any sense, please convince me, because next time I will use this kind of strategy with my bosses. Will be a really great job.
If it made sense, you would do it yourself, but it doesn't make sense.
No, I will try to convince them, do not kick out people from the company. Do not, dismiss people for their job.
It would give you a whole treasure chest of ideas that you would apply at your company now, if it made sense, but it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, understandable.
If only it made
such
sense.
a word. It's clear as mud.
Clear, yeah, clear as mud. Clear as mud. Say anyone else, Christina.
And 67%, or I didn't catch.
Say anyone else.
Anyone else, please. Yeah, the floor is yours, guys. So have your say. Over to you.
This is Amira from Libya.
Amira, I want to say something before you come in. Can you hold it?
Okay, no problem.
Mukhtar, I would like to talk with you.
Yes, please.
Since last week and this week, you brought some, what I thought, important information to my office.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to bring that into the board of directors meeting?
Well, that was last Friday after the meeting.
Okay, that's true. It was a week ago, and many things happen in a week. You may be in a completely different place.
And it's simply, if you still remember, I told you that I need a break. And it was last Sunday, I just co-hosted Yassine, I guess, and then I took a break for Monday, Tuesday. Then I'm back today for my lesson. I co-host with Rahma, part of your lesson, and I'm here with you. But because I was absent, so I actually, and there is somehow like a lot of changes are taking place in the Discord, so I don't know what to say. I need to see where things are evolving. Then once things are settled down, then if I have something to say, I would share it.
Is that to say, does that mean that you are still on your break partially?
No, it's done. I mean,
okay.
I'm back. Yes, I'm back. But I need some time just not to just jump in with just for the sake of speaking. Yeah.
Sure. So you took your break, but you're still in the process of gathering your whatever it is you might want to say.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, great. Good enough for me.
Thank you for asking.
Of course. Amira.
Yes.
I see the board director meeting, and I see comment of Muhammad Jbara. I will mention one point before Rahma lesson start. I think Ahmed asked Muhammad Jbara if you make a host and check with Muhammad Jbara, and Muhammad Jbara not answer. This is the point should be clarified. I think Mukhtar and Ahmed get it the point about this point.
Thank you, Amira. I'm actually going to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I lost track of time and there's only 4 minutes left. So I'd like to jump into surprises and learnings, lightning round. If you want to keep saying anything about that, Amira, bring it in as a surprise or learning. Surprises, learnings, please.
I'm Amira from Libya. I'm unsatisfied because today you talk about the group over talkative in your session. I'm not over talkative. Maybe I more participated in this session, but that's different for over talkative.
I didn't follow you. I described you as being over talkative.
Yeah, when that mentioned about some members here over talkative.
When I was saying that Ahmed tends to be quiet, I described you as being talkative.
Yeah.
Oh, I did that in my class, right? Not in the board of directors meeting, or maybe I can't.
No. Hey.
It was a board of directors meeting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not over talkative. I'm just only more participated and I will try to put the topic just only that. Okay.
Great. I didn't describe you as over talkative. I don't think you're over talkative. I just think you are talkative. You come in. That's all. Which is to me a good thing. But anyway, other surprises and learnings.
Claudette, I'm surprised that Fatima was very quiet in the board of directors.
Other surprises, learnings.
This is Muhammad. I'm dissatisfied that you, James, misunderstood me very easily or interrupted me wrongly. Back to you.
One small thing you could do so you're not so dissatisfied next time.
Next move, I'll put it on the agenda item next week to discuss how can we inform each other and notify each other next time.
Great. Other surprises, learnings. Christina, you have one?
Satisfied with everything. Thank you, James, for helping me as always. So have a good one, everyone, guys. And don't beat you up.
Nelly, I'm learning that it's actually sufficient to say James is only hosting his own classes. That's all we need. And whenever he's host and somebody else is teaching, then it's evident, then we can just talk about him. So that's an easy rule. And I'm very satisfied with the board of directors meeting. It was fun talking with you and it was productive.
Claudette speaking again. I'm so happy to be that it's Friday today and I have the opportunity to talk about every Friday. I am so eager every week and waiting for Friday because it's like a great opportunity, and to see all of you, the board of directors, makes me so much satisfied. Thank you. Have a nice weekend. And I think it's time for me to go because I have another class. Thank you. Bye-bye. Have an excellent day.
Final surprise learning. I'm satisfied that we made it through another week. I saw you call it the 8th board meeting, which is amazing to me. It still hasn't sunk in. Great seeing everybody, and see you soon in another space. Bye, everybody.
Before you go, I have
no. Bye. Sorry, I'm interrupting you. This is the long no.